will come to the point. Now we have 3 papers in this session, session 7. First paper by Bernice Bellina Pires and other scholars, Bhaskar and others. She'll be presenting on Unraveling Indian Ocean Trade, a comparative archaeological study of Arakankulam and beyond. Both Bellina and Bhaskar will be presenting. And then Pattanam Musaris, 300 BCE to 300 CE, transoceanic connectivity, technological advances, and Amana practices by K.R. Edilmadi and other authors. Then third paper by Harishankar and other authors, the local ceramics from Pattanam and archaeometric study. I request the authors to take 22 minutes for their presentation, and we will have the discussion in the end. I'll introduce Bernice Bellina Pires, specialist in Southeast Asian archaeology. Dr. Bernice Bellina brings over 30 years of field experience to her work. She is research director at the National Center for Scientific Research, CNRS, and the head of the Technology and Ethnology of Prehistoric Worlds Department. Her research explores exchange and cultural transfer processes along the maritime Silk Road, the anthropology of techniques and community engagement in her project. She is also a leading voice in indigenous archaeology across Asia, advocating for decolonized and inclusive approaches to archaeological practice. So I welcome Dr. Bellina to make her presentation, and then Bhaskar. Thank you.
I've been asked. Mike? Perfect, thank you. I'm going to start first thanking the Tamil State Department of Archaeology for inviting me, and also for allowing us to work all together and access the material of Alangakulam. It's a great experience, and we had good time. So we're going to present Alangakulam. We are a group of people who participated into writing this paper, which you should soon see displayed when, yeah. No. So there are several authors. So you can see most of them you know well. Of course, you know very well K. Rajan, Dr. Rajan, Dr. Shivanandam, Jay Bhaskar, and also Selva Kulmar, who is here. But you also know Colline Lefranc, who is in France now watching us. She's a ceramicist, and she's at the CNRS, and she also works in Bengal. She's been working with Bengal for a long time. You may have met Dr. Aude Favreau 2 years ago in Chennai. She's also a ceramicist. She's associate professor in Taiwan, and she's specialist of South China Sea ceramics. And you probably don't know Antigone Marangu. Antigone Marangu is professor of archaeology, and she in the past has been involved into the Franco-Bangladeshi mission excavation, and she had studied some material from amphoras from Arikamedu and Alangakulam, and she participated in identifying some of the amphoras here. So now I'm going to start. So why is Alangakulam important? Today we will keep exploring Alangakulam, which is an important port of southern India, Tamil Nadu. It has been excavated several times, and most by the Tamil State Department of Archaeology, and most recently between 2014 and 17, under the direction of Jay Bhaskar. So it's one of the ports that has been an important port like Arikamedu, Korkai, and Tanam, that facilitated trade, exchange, and migrations across the Indian Ocean, as you know. So, yeah. Other way. All right. So it's an important site, and we are exploring it today. So what are the key questions we're going to ask today? What do the settlement and the artifacts that came out during the recent excavation tell us about its organization and trade connections? How does Alangakulam compare to other contemporary port sites of South India and Southeast Asia? and what are the limitations of our current understanding, and what avenues for future research can address these gaps. And now I give the floor to Jay Bhaskar, who excavated the site with his team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Belina. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Actually, the site was noticed. Yeah. Actually, the site was noticed in the year 1984 by our senior archaeologists. They have found some artifacts like rounded bar, shell bank, and other semi-precious stone beads. On the basis of the surface collections, the department has decided to do the excavations there. So in 1986, they conduct first excavations, and it continues up to 1998. So totally 19 trenches were laid out in out of 6 seasons. After 16 years, in the year 2014, the department want to excavate the sites once again. This time we have laid large-scale excavations under my direction. So we laid out 5 trenches in the first season. Subsequently, 2 trenches in the 2016 and 17 trenches. So, yeah.
To use its inverted.
No. Yeah.
So, no, yeah.
No.
So the, no.
Yeah. It shows the location of Alagun. Actually, Alagun is located about 20 kilometers from the district headquarters, Ramanathapuram in southern Tamil Nadu, which lies on the left bank of the river Vaigai. You can also see the confluence of the river with the Bay of Bengal, which lies just 2 kilometers from the main village, Alagankulam. You can see the Courtyard area, which is the center part of the main village, Alagankulam. You can see the artifacts like quartz bead, soapstone, and shell bangles, and a rounded shirt in the surface itself. So in 2014-15, we laid down a trench near the coastal area. The trench showing the 4 cultural layers. The first layer yielding Chinese potsherds, and second layer is the sterile one. Third and fourth one yielding late medieval period, especially one Chola copper coin also found there. So this is the central mount of the Courtyard, Alagankulam, where we laid out 56 trenches. So these are the working parameters. The depth of the trench. The depth of trench averagely reached up 5 to 6 meters to 20 feet deposit. So the aerial photograph of our trenches. The large one, the group of trenches which lies on the western slope, where we found many human activity. So you can see the shell bangle industry, furners, and terracotta. So on the basis of the stratigraphy, radiocarbon dates, and pottery, the culture were got. So period 1 to 3 belongs to early structural period, period 4 medieval period, period 5 late medieval, period 6. So one of the trenches in the Tibetan mound where we collected 3 samples. So we sent a beta analysis for getting carbon dates. The lower one sample yielding 4th century BCE, the middle sample yielding 200 BCE. So the upper one yielded 100 BCE. So you can see the cultural sequence right from the 400 BC to 300 BC. So nearly 600 years, the mound consisting more cultural materials. So in our excavations, we found many antiquities. Nearly 15,000 antiquities were found, especially Roman coins, silver punchmark coins, inscribed shirts, shell bangles, terracotta figurines, glass beads, seals, and other important antiquities. So you can see the ceramics. So as usual in the early structural period in other parts of Tamil Nadu, black and red ware, coarse red ware, red slip ware, redware. Apart from the local potteries, we also found NB rounded ware, fine graver, terra sigillata, amphora, tropheda, South Asian ovid jars, and TGB wares also. So these are some architectural remains from there. Some of the potteries rounded ware is in one discussed in our seminar. We found nearly 20,000 rounded sheds. So I classified 26 types on the basis of the surface treatment like slip and the fabric, the shades like that. The red rounded ware is a well represented in AGM. Yesterday also Dr. Krishnan sir asked about red ware, but not red ware, this is a rounded pottery type which having red color. So these are the rounded ware having the concentrical circles rounded pattern. The pattern consists of triangular, linear and wavy pattern and many designs. One of the rounded shades contain a human impressed figure. You can see the human figure. It is not indigenous features. You can see the curl hair, prominent nose, and high neck. So it is very interesting shade. So from these slides onwards, I go to Kulina because they have studied our excavated materials last year with permission of our committee. So rather, they have participated in many excavations at South Asian countries. So they are right people to discuss about the relation between Alangakulam and other sites. So I go to.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Bhaskar. So this is, we are going to be working on the comparisons material from other sites in South India and also Southeast Asia, so across the Bay of Bengal. So when the first comparison is between some of the related ware, and Colleen noticed that in Alangakulam, some of the related ware are very similar to the fine black slip ware and northern black polish ware. And the same applies to Mahastangar, in Bangladesh, where the related ware is also produced in the same way as the fine black ware. So on both sides, we find pochades with parallel circles. So this is just to illustrate a bit more the point and the comparisons between the Bay of Bengal. Now, we move to other parallels. Some of the ceramics that Selva Kumar and K.P. Rao already wrote about, which are this paddle pressed design fine ware. So Alangakulam also shows many parallels with the Taimale Peninsula ceramics, as evidenced with these potsherds, and especially these ceramics that you can find in the early port of Phuket, which is located in the west coast of the Taimale Peninsula in Thailand. So it may be eventually, so this ceramics, kind of ceramic appears in southern in India, including in Bangladesh from the 5th century BC, and is still in use today. This technique has been used in Southeast Asia since at least the 6th, 5th century BC, and it is possible that that was transferred from Southeast Asia to South Asia. So during our excavation in southern Myanmar, in the site of Oji and Maliwan, so two early port straits, we discovered some related ware that were fully grey and black, and sometimes with a black slip. With bicolor related ware, and you can see that these can be compared to some of the material we found in Alangakulam. Other comparisons. This is still in Maliwan, so one of the major ports of southern Myanmar we excavated. There we unearthed in a house the upper portion of a grey ware with black slip. This pottery is similar to the grey ware with black slip found in Alangakulam. Additionally, the Maliwan specimens, as you can see, bear an inscription in Brahmi. Now we move to some molded ceramic that was also presented yesterday by Kaushik that he found in Bengal. So this kind of sherds, those on the left come from Alangakulam, as you can see. Similar ones were found in Bengal. I'm not saying that the ceramics on the right are similar. I'm just saying that on the right, this comes from these are made with impression, and I think these may be inspired by the molded ware found in India. Those come from Chansen site in in Thailand, and you find similar types in Baek Tano and Halin in Myanmar. So these are Pew sites, so similar period. And this one on the bottom may also be inspired by India. It comes from Nhan Chua, Nhan Chua being supposedly the port of Okeo in southern Vietnam, corresponding to one of the major sites or settlement, of the Funan, being the first state of Southeast Asia with some Indian-inspired cultures. Now we move to other parallel across the Bay of Bengal. So this is who spotted these ceramics. They are very rare, as you can see. On this here, this one, there is only one fragment that was found in Maliwan. So this is the port we excavated in southern Myanmar, and you can see parallels with some found in Alagakulam. Other types you can see two in the middle, cold impressed ceramics, and at the bottom you can see that the Maliwan material on the right looks very similar to some micaceous ware found also in Alangakulam. Okay, this is very exciting, I find. These ceramics on the left looks very similar based on style, of course. We need to do some analysis. The ceramic that were found by Louis Malray in the 40s and 50s, again in Okeo, so the place I mentioned in southern Vietnam, which was part of the Funan polity. I have to insist on the fact that southern Vietnam, where developed the Funan polity, was very connected to the Thai Malay Peninsula. So you have here some connections that are made and which survive through time. Now we move to the next kind of ceramic. This time it's a technical ceramic. So this technical ceramic is interesting. Some of you may have already seen me presenting this mold here, coming from Khao Sam Keo, one of the ports we excavated in southern Thailand, the Isthmus of Kra. There, this is a kind of crucible or mold that shows similarities with those found in some sites in India, and they were used to work tin. Of course, the Thai Malay Peninsula is super rich in tin, and here this is an Indian technique which was translated in the Thai Malay Peninsula. Here we spot this on the left, comes from Lagakulam. Whether those were also crucible or else, we need to do some analysis to determine this. Now, next one. We come back to the more normal ceramics. These are some ceramics showing connections with the Mediterranean world. So you can see some terra sigillata, and you probably Colin thinks that those could be the Dressel type 15. Those were produced in Gaul, so more or less corresponding to France, south of France, and they date from the 1st century CE. So now the next one's the amphora, so that Antigone Marangou looked at based on the photo. On the left, you can see some amphora handles. These may come from Rhodes, and they were produced from the late Hellenistic period and early Roman period, so 1st century BC to 2nd century AD. They will use those amphoras to transport wine and resin according to text. And as you can see here, we have in the middle one base that may also from southern Myanmar, one of the ports we excavated in 2018, which is called Aoji. And there we also have, this is the first amphora, piece of amphora found, and it is similar to the one in Alagakulam. Again, another parallel. So on the left, you have some Dressel 2 types bifid handles from Alagakulam, and so those were coming from coast, most likely, but they were produced in different areas, Italy, Spain, and Egypt. So to be able to determine where they were produced, you need to have some further drawings and analysis done on the clay. But what is interesting is that those were used to transport wine, but mixed with some seawater. And so what you can see is that this kind of dresser 2-4 identified in a museum in Krabi, near Krabi, where there is also port polity which was called Klongtom or Kwan Lukpat, one handle. And this also is similar to what was found in Alangakulam, so showing the potentially redistributive role of Alangakulam of Mediterranean material towards Southeast Asia. So, still talking about Mediterranean, the redistributive role of Mediterranean material, I'm going to keep going on that in a few minutes. So, Alangakulam yielded many glass beads. As you can see, 5,000, 4,000 glass beads, made with different techniques of different colors, green predominantly, dark blue, etc., but different shapes, different techniques. In the absence of analysis like those that are done for composition by Laure de Subieux, we can't say exactly what they are, but based on which one were there in Alangakulam, but based on the color, etc., they could be this kind of glasses, so typical from South India, and others coming that are more likely from Asia, Southeast Asia or China. And there is, I spotted do you see the top right bead? Among the bags of beads, there was this gold foil bead. The gold foil beads are found extensively this map is not showing only gold foil beads, it is showing some material from Mediterranean region. And you can see that in the Isthmus of Kra, there is quite a lot of glass beads, glass material, raw material from the Mediterranean area, and glass beads and other things. And you can see we also find some also in Vietnam, so the region I mentioned to you, which is very connected to the Isthmus of Kra. And now recently we also find with Harry Sofian from Indonesia and Laure some in the Karangagun, which is one of the earliest ports of Sumatra. So, glass beads. What I was surprised to notice is that there is so far no evidence of glass working in Alangakulam. And so the question is whether there were areas, the glass artisans were working in a yet unexcavated Alangakulam area, or whether this area has been eroded somehow, or whether Alangakulam was merely only importing primarily finished beads and redistributing finished beads. If we compare with other sites, you see Arekamidu yielded evidence for primary and secondary working, and in the Isthmus of Kra, almost all the sites that we have excavated provided secondary evidence of work in glass. So this, at the moment, what can we infer? Do we have different role of the ports along the maritime network? Maybe Alangakulam was only redistributing finished beads, whilst other ports were working and producing glass. This is, for the moment, we can't say. Now moving to stone beads. I've been able to analyze 62 beads, and over these 62 beads, 48 were production waste. This situation is not surprising in the port settlements. Usually, this is what happened. Most of the beads recovered are production waste. What I was able to see that there were different chain opératoire techniques, meaning different ways of making. What we don't understand, what I can't say at the moment, is whether those were made, they come from different workshops, but whether those were operating at the same time or at different periods, the chronological sequence doesn't allow me to say it. But they are produced different and so catering possibly different markets. So, but for this we need to keep working and on the stratigraphy too. If we compare with the situation in other ports, you see, of course, you can see different kind of production types, quality and else. Yeah, that's it. So in Archaeology, we know that Archaeology was exporting. We clearly have material from Archaeology in the Isthmus of Kra, that's for sure. But so Archaeology was maybe catering for local market and international markets. What about the port in the Tamalay Peninsula? There we have rank. Some ports are satellite and they only produce for the local market. And other ports like El Samkeo produce for an extensive market or for port policies that were allied, like even across the Gulf of Siam to Vietnam. So what do we have, what is the situation for Alangakulam? We need more analysis to look at the hinterland and also look, so what is the extent of the network of Alangakulam? Now, to wrap up, you can clearly see that, of course, Alangakulam is well integrated into the Mediterranean connections, thanks to the material. Probably glass would show more connections, if we can analyze. And then you can also see that there is some redistributive role of Mediterranean material. Alangakulam is re-exporting, redistributing towards Southeast Asia, some Mediterranean material. What you can see also is that we have some similarities in the Bay of Bengal, the material is quite similar. So there is some potentially Vietnamese material there, and so found in Alangakulam or parallels with the Tamalay Peninsula. We need to do more comparative material with the other South Indian ports so that we can determine whether there is a hierarchy, complementarity, some are specialized into re-exporting or exporting some types of material. And like we have also some hierarchy in the ports in the Tamalay Peninsula. And we also need to compare with the material in the hinterland, like Kiladi. That will help understanding its integration and role at the regional, at the local level. And yes, I moved to the end, I know. So just to conclude, we can see that Kota Nadu is quite disturbed. We need to understand better the sequence. And what is more important now is to wrap up about current evidence Alangakulam. We can see it differs from Patanam, just the last one. And it's in the Tamalay Peninsula due to its lack of clear evidence for structure, urban layout, or differentiated social-professional organization. So we need more analysis, especially doing some statistics of the bricks, etc., because actually at the core of the site there are more bricks, and whether there is a core center which is differentiated with different social professional or social differentiation. This we need to understand better. This is more clearly in Southeast Asia. So this is something we need to work on, and also, as we said, the hierarchy, the role and specialization eventually of this port towards in comparison to the other ports. So this is the final one. You can see that Alangakulam is a major port, but still enigmatic. Many questions seem, we still have many questions, and further analysis are required. So I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you for finishing. Oh, sorry, dot on time. Now we are moving from the east coast to the west coast to the famous site of Pattanam. Now I request K.R. Edil Madi to present on Pattanam Mussoories 300 BCE to 300 CE, transoceanic connectivity, technological advances, and Amana practices. I will introduce Edil Madi, an anthropologist, archaeologist, researcher, and practitioner whose interest areas revolve around heritage features, the crafting and experimenting with cultural heritage narratives, culture and managing archaeological site through participative, decentralized and grassroots approaches. With a master degree in archaeology and ancient history from MS University Baroda and Erasmus Mundus joint masters in architecture, landscape archaeology, she is interested in crafting their innovative ways to connect people with their cultural past, present and future. She has independent consultant and research associate for notable organizations, including and not restricted to museums, NGOs, and government institutions. She is currently the associate director of Pama Institute for the advancement of transdisciplinary archaeological sciences located in Aluva, Kerala. She also loves museum and monuments, hoping while being on the lookout for interesting, innovative ways of storytelling in any form, medium. Thank you. Please.
Good morning to the respected chair, the organizers of this event, and to everyone present here, as well as those who may be listening online now or at a later time. I convey my greetings on behalf of the Parma Research Institute, based at Pattanam and Alva in the Lower Periyar Delta. I also convey the presence in spirit of Professor P.J. Cherian, on whose behalf I am presenting the paper, who unfortunately couldn't make it to the conference, and his reasons, as I understand it, arises from a sustained engagement with the site of Pattanam, as well as from the prolonged stagnation of research at the site over nearly the past decade. Now, my objective of the talk would be fulfilled if I can present a very comprehensive overview of the site within the stipulated time allotted to me, but also to maybe give an outline of the current and ongoing projects at Parma with respect to connecting the archaeological information and taking it forward in terms of dissemination and knowledge creation practices. And so that is also the capacity in which I've recently joined Parma this January. So continuing with the presentation. This one. I don't see it. Yeah, I was using that. Right. So the Parma Institute for the Advancement of Transdisciplinary Archaeological Sciences is an independent, non-profit, public educational trust dedicated to pioneering innovative and alternative approaches in archaeological research. Founded in 2018, Parma operates with the goal of advancing knowledge through interdisciplinary exploration of ancestral heritage and historical sciences. Yeah. So the Pattanam excavation, this is where it all starts. You see that a global entrepot for Indian Ocean exchanges existed between 300 BCE to 300 CE. And over a decade of excavations at Pattanam have uncovered a wealth of artifacts dating back to the Sangam age, offering insights into the vibrant exchange networks connecting ancient Tamarikam with civilizations across the Mediterranean, the Nile, the Red Sea, the Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal, and the South China Sea. Also in the Indian context, it was part of a network of over 36 ports which played a critical role in transforming the Indian Ocean into a trading lake. Over a decade of excavations at Pattanam have uncovered a wealth of artifacts dating back to the Sangam age, offering insights into the vibrant exchange networks connecting Tamarikam. I'm sorry, just a minute. Yeah, so the Pattanam archaeological site is located in Vadakekara village of Paravur Taluk. Yes, about 25 kilometers north of Kochi in Ernakulam district. This is a coastal site which is located in the delta of the Periyar River and is now about 4 kilometers from the Arabian Sea coast. The Paravur Todu, presently a distributary of the Periyar, flows about 1 kilometer south of the site. So the Pattanam archaeological mound is 3.32 meter high above mean sea level and is spread out over about 111 hectares. However, being a densely populated village, the site is considerably disturbed. It underwent a trial excavation in 2004 by the State Archaeology Department. This was followed by multidisciplinary excavations by the Kerala Council for Historical Research from 2007 to 2015 and the Pama Institute from 2019 to 2023. As a result of it being a densely populated village, so far only less than 1% of the approximately 100-acre site has been excavated. Now, Pattanam is what archaeologists call a multicultural site, one that was occupied over several centuries over different historical periods. So the roughly 4 meters of occupation deposit in layers have been divided into 5 cultural periods based on archaeological material within the strata, as well as on other scientific data from radiocarbon dating, stratigraphical indicators, and typological data from the artifacts unearthed. So I'm going to do a very quick run through of the layers because it doesn't do justice to the site to talk about it within the stipulated time. So the earliest period over the natural soil is the Iron Age period, from which levels we have the megalithic pottery and iron objects. And the second period represents the end of the Iron Age and the beginning of the early historic. And this was a period which we consider to be prior to the trade across the Arabian Sea. And in this layer, we have materials such as Iron Age ceramics, a piece of russet-coated pottery, and fragments of turquoise glazed pottery also. This also suggests to the transitional nature somehow. And the next layer is the early historic period, and most of the material related to transoceanic trade was found in this layer. The imported ceramics like amphorae, terra sigillata, turquoise glazed pottery, torpedo jars, and ovoid jars, amongst others, were brought into Pattanam. And it also has a decent presence of Indian doubleted ware, which highlights its strong links to the Indian subcontinent as well. Now, the medieval period was marked by typical blue glazed pottery and the use of glass beads. However, architecturally, there seems to be a reuse of bricks in the period rather than any substantial construction activity. And finally, when we come to the modern period, we have blue and white Chinese ceramics as well as the European imitations that were found in this level, which suggests the influence of new trade networks. Right. Okay, this slide was meant to be different. Anyways, so one of the first, assumptions or one of the first hypotheses is about identifying Pattanam with the ancient port site of Muziris. And this was done by Dr. Roberta Tomber, a renowned ceramic specialist associated with the British Museum, who played a pivotal role in identifying Pattanam as an integral part of Muziris through her meticulous petrological analysis and studies. Now, when we talk about Muziris moving from Pattanam, we see that there is a mention of Muziris in literature. I'm just going to do a quick run through. Of course, in the Peutingerian table, you have Muziris mentioned, and you can see Muziris and Temple of Augustus that is illustrated in the Peutingerian table. And in Sangam literature, of course, the poet Tayankandanar also describes the port of Muziris on the bank of Peri. And in the Periples of Erythraean Sea, we have a list of export and import items that that were being exchanged in the port site of Muziris, amongst other western coastal port sites. Now, moving on to the material culture of Pattanam from its literature side, we see that the archaeological mound, this is a picture of it, and it's been excavated extensively. And these are the different excavation processes that happened. And instead of going into the deep dive of the site, I just chose 6 features I think amply highlight the significance of it. So these are the different features that I will be touching upon. First being the indigenous foundation of the site. So out of the 67 trenches within 1,000 square meter excavated area in the 100-acre Putnam Archaeological Mound, we have some trenches that point to an early Iron Age habitation, and both the presence of iron artifacts, black and red ware fragments, and radiocarbon dates that move back to 1000 BC underscore sites indigenous roots. And of the 4.5 million portraits, less than 1% belong to those from outside the Indian continent, again emphasizing the indigenous character of the site. And the maritime characteristics of the site is definitely emphasized by the evidence or the discovery of a wharf and the cano. And here you can see that the wharf was discovered in 2007, a wharf-like structure, which was made of laterite granules, lime, and clay, and it was found adjacent to a waterlogged deposit. And there was a brick lining or a protective layer at the bottom of the wharf, which also could have been one of the reasons why the botanical remains were preserved without oxidization and organic decay. So these are some of the botanical assemblages from the wharf context that were discovered because of the brick lining layer. And as we can see in the previous slide, there was also a cano that was discovered from the site. Yeah. And moving on to the trade and transoceanic links, we know that Madurai connected 3 continents through an exchange network of over 40 port sites. I'm going to do a quick run through of artifacts that touch upon this aspect. Of course, the amphorae shards. So there were over a discovery of 10,000 fragments of Mediterranean and Red Sea amphorae at this site. And this opens fascinating avenues for exploring the nature and scale of ancient alcohol trade. Now the question arises is what goods did South India exchange for Mediterranean wine, for which Sangam literature provides intriguing clues detailing the local production and consumption of alcoholic beverages such as toddy, arak, and various fruit and herb-based drinks. Now the Putnam amphorae types are dated between the 1st to the 4th century the 1st century BC to the 4th century CE, and there were a total of 9,125 shards of amphorae that were found, and they were found to come from southern Italy, Bay of Naples, Spain, Greece, Turkey, Egypt, amongst others. Now, talking about select artifacts that again highlight the transoceanic nature of the site. I think this is one of the most intriguing artifacts, which is the Greek Sphinx seal ring, which is made of banded agate, and this was excavated in Putnam in 2020. Now, Dr. Giulio Rocco, a distinguished classical archaeology researcher from the University of Rome, has identified this Sphinx to have close similarity with the ring stone of the Roman Emperor Augustus Caesar. And what does the presence of a seal ring with the carving of a Sphinx at Putnam suggest is a question that we're all exploring. This is another intaglio. This is made of carnelian, and this is also carnelian intaglio, which is of the Greek-Roman goddess Tyche. Again, both of these are very popular symbols of Greek and Roman cultures, and they're widely prevalent in Mediterranean art. Now, they also act as a testament to the interconnectedness of ancient civilizations and the shared aesthetic and secular values that transcend geographical boundaries. This is a Greco-Roman head of a miniature statue from the 2020 excavation season again. And this is the first ever human image excavated at Putnam. It is not clear what could have been the function of this limestone head, male head, but Dr. Marriott, a renowned archaeology researcher, posits that the statue from Putnam is identical to that of Roman Emperor Domitian. Now, Putnam and the nearby Valluvali site have yielded compelling evidence of the region's sophisticated engagement with the Roman world, as we can see from the discovery of a hoard of Roman gold coins, actually said to be in thousands, but only 250 were recovered. One of the most intriguing artifacts of Putnam would definitely be the dodecahedrons, which are basically 12-faced metal objects. And they were found across 3 widely separated sites. You have one at Corbridge, you find one at Putnam and one at Hebu. They provide a striking framework for rethinking the early transoceanic corridor. So in Corbridge, a Roman frontier garrison in northern Britain, a copper alloy dodecahedron was found, but crucially it was found without a manufacturing context. And at Putnam, a gold dodecahedron was unearthed, but this was excavated and found within a clear metallurgical context, likely a goldsmith's workshop amid other finely crafted metal adornments. And at Heppu, an ancient Chinese port, we have nearly 24 gold dodecahedrons recovered from tombs in funerary contexts. Now taken together, Corbridge, Puttenham and Heppu, the dodecahedron emerges as a transcontinental form shaped by exchange, adaptation, autonomy and creative synthesis. Now I'm going to do a quick run through of the other artifacts. This is a turquoise glazed pottery. This is the Chinese porcelain ceramics. These are the Indo-Pacific trade beads. You have glass shards, pieces, bangles, and those are Roman game counters. These are Roman luxury tablewares that were found from the site. So all of these artifacts act as a testament to the two-way passage of people, animals, materials. I don't think it's two-way, I think it's more than two ways, but of art, ideas and culture from the various regions. Now the next, I think, feature of the site which is considerably important is also the craft and technology production areas. So we have lumps of raw materials, rough outs of different materials, so which talk about a very thriving lapidary workshop and craft flourishing there. And also in terms of metals, we have lead, copper, including Chera coins, and we have gold ornaments. Again, doing a quick run through stone molds for finger rings or ear loop. These are fired clay and spindle walls. And in terms of the architectural remnants, we definitely have evidence of urban layout of the civilization. We have tubular jars, storage jars, toilet features, terracotta ring wells, among others. In terms of analysis of the human bone samples that were excavated from Puttenham, we find that a considerable group of cultural diversity has been identified from the site. So we see that the results of DNA studies have revealed from 11 individuals have revealed genetic links to South Asia, the Mediterranean and the Eastern Baltic. This is another very significant artifact that's been unearthed at Puttenham, where we have of these many potsherds, the only potsherd with writing, and this has been meant to or read to mean Mana, but there are the first and fifth letters of this which have not been properly identified. Now with this, we come to the end of the material importance of the site, and both KCHR and there are other publications that have published the reports of Puttenham excavations throughout its archaeological excavation period. Now coming to the current and ongoing projects at Parma, beyond its archaeological and historical, the Puttenham project is also deeply committed to the mission includes educational training, promoting social entrepreneurship, and developing sustainable practices for the preservation of both cultural heritage and the environment. Additionally, it also ensures that the local population benefits from the project through employment generation, social inclusion, and a focus on community health and well-being. Now, one of the first projects is definitely the Puttenham Green Archaeology Project, which aims to protect the archaeological heritage of Puttenham by preserving traditional knowledge, promoting sustainable agriculture, empowering local crafts and traditional practices. But it also does this through community empowerment, where it plans to involve villagers, especially women, in site care, cultivation, and marketing of produce. It also aims to collaborate with agricultural and ecological research bodies like the Spices Board, the Kerala Forest Research Institute, other NGOs to support scientific landscaping and sustainable practices. Yeah, these are also the other objectives of the project. Now, the second ongoing project is definitely the Mussoories Ancestral Pilgrimage for Children, which is a cultural civilizational pilgrimage that reconnects people with the different aspects of their past. And the purpose is to rediscover ancestral roots and preserve cultural memory while also understanding the different civilizational histories that the site has, at the same time promoting heritage-based ecological awareness. Now, the pilgrimage activities are where they have guided heritage walks, you have river pilgrimages, you have storytelling sessions and workshops. Finally, this is the third project, which is called the Time Cave of Pama. Again, it refers to an innovative museum heritage interpretation initiative to present the long and layered history of Muziris in an immersive experiential format. It's designed as a walk, and the objectives is to make archaeology accessible to the public, convert academic findings into sensory experiences, to promote heritage for youth, and to strengthen cultural tourism in Kerala. Yeah, with this, my presentation comes to an end, and I'm sorry, I think some of the slides have been mixed up here and there, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you for finishing it on time. Now we are moving from global to local. The next presentation is by B. Harishankar, Local Ceramics from Pattanam and Archaeometric Study. It is a joint paper. Harishankar is a PhD scholar at Tamil University, Tanjavur, and holds MA in Archaeology and Ancient History from MS University, Baroda. His research interests include archaeological ceramics, ceramic thin section, petrography, and other archaeometric analysis, as well as studies in numismatic metallurgy and Indian Ocean Trade Network. He is currently working on local ceramic assemblages from the Pattanam archaeological site, focusing on ceramic documentation, archaeometric analysis, and ethno-archaeological perspectives. He has served as a research assistant at Kerala Council for Historical Research for Flood Archives and Memories Project. Over to Harishankar. 20 minutes so that we will have some discussion, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Selvakumar, for the introduction. And first of all, I would like to thank the Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department for giving me this opportunity to present my findings. So this is a collaborative paper. So generally, ceramics are one of the important artifacts from the archaeological excavations, and they are widely studied because they survive in these conditions. So generally, if you look at the scientific studies, they became very popular in recent days. Like it started with some of the studies by KTM Hegde, Professor Krishnan, Gokte and all. So we use this scientific analysis to reconstruct the life cycle of these potsherds from production, distribution, use, and the people who are behind this artifact actually. So this is the site of Pattanam. So you could see the location of Pattanam on the left side, and actually this is an ancient coastal port town which is mentioned in many of the literary evidences, and even we have the material evidence. You could see the ceramic assemblages. So this is actually close to the Arabian Sea and is also close to the Periyar River Valley, and there are a lot of interconnected water channels that is then connected to this Periyar River and eventually to the Arabian Sea. So actually, Pattanam was part of this Indian Ocean Trade Network during the early historic period. So the excavations. So the first excavation was a trial excavations by the Center for Heritage Studies, where Dr. Selvakumar was part of, and it was in 2004. And the large-scale excavations began in 2007 by KCHR and lasted till 2015. Now PAMA and ASI are also excavating Pattanam. So these are the ceramic assemblages from Pattanam. It includes amphora, rouletted ware, TGP, torpedo jars, Chinese wares, terra sigillata, blackened red ware, black ware, then coarse red ware. So these are the archaeological features from the excavation. So we have the brick structures, burned clay floors, wharf with canoe and bollard, ring wells, soakage pit, and large storage jars. And so the organic remains include rice and black pepper, cardamom, frankincense, peat, fish bones, cattle teeth, shells, etc. So this is the location of Pattanam. So I have shown the lithology map. So because I'm working on this thin section, so I need to look at the mineralogy, the lithology and of this area. So this is a location of Pattanam, and you could see the type of stones, minerals and everything. So I'll look at the networks of Pattanam, internal and external networks of Pattanam. I think in the previous section, like Edilmadi has already talked about all these kind of things, but I'll give a quick go through. So coins, if you look at the coins, there are Chera coins from the Patana excavations. Like it is for the first time, Chera coins are found from a stratigraphical context actually. So there is another site called Alangad. It is not excavated. It was an accidental find of Chera coins. So these are the two locations in Kerala where they have Chera coins. In Tamil Nadu, there are a lot of sites, especially in the Karur bed. They have in the Amravati river, they have a lot of Chera coins. And then if you look at the Roman coins, there are a lot of sites. So Iyal, Valluvalli, Nadungandam, Punyar, Kumbalam, Niranam, all these sites have Roman coins. So and then the Panjumar coins. They are from Kodisheri and Iyal. So if you look at the rouletted ware and Gangetic nerd, it is believed that rouletted is from the Gangetic Valley. So obviously, and Gangetic nerd are from the Gangetic Valley region. So then beryl beads, which are from the Kodumanal region. And if you look at the megalithic burials, there are a lot of megalithic burials in the Periyar River Valley, in and around Pattanam. So most of them had this carnelian beads, which could be part of this long distance trade again. Then you have the russet coated painted ware, which indicates it is already like it's an indicator of the early historic period. And then we have an inscription in Rajakandam in Idukki district actually, which is of Rajendra Chola. It's on a menhir. It states about the ancient trade routes, spices and everything. Then if you look at this, the inland megalithic communities actually supported Pattanam. So it actually, they facilitated the trade and exchange networks. So also in literature, there are a lot of references, but I've just put one reference. Like in Nahanaru 139, it states that the ship comes with gold and goes back sails with the pepper. If you look at the external trade networks, I'm talking of the external. So Berenike, they had this 7.5 kg pepper, which was found in an Indian storage jar, which was dated to 1st century CE. And there was an inscription, I think it was on a portrait, mentioned the name Koran. I think that was a title. Koran was a title actually. So in Korori, we had this Indian coarse redware and black and redware. In Egypt, there was a Chera coin found from Abu Khuraya in 2007, and then Qasr al-Khadim, they have, which is identified as Lucos Liman. They had an inscription mentioning another name, Chatan and Kannan. You have the rouletted ware, amphora, not rouletted, amphora, TGP, terra sigillata, pinkish redware from these regions. So why my study is relevant, I'll tell you, because there are a lot of internal, external networks happening, and you should always look at the local population, how local people lived at Pattanam, their lifestyle, their culture. So through the pottery, the local ceramics, I'll be looking at what was their technological choices, all those things. So it is essential because the local communities played a major role in making Pattanam a trade center. So the spices and other goods were sourced largely from the inland regions. So research at Pattanam mostly focused on the non-local ware, which is like amphora, all those things. And no archaeometric studies have been done on the local wares. There is one on rouletted ware and pinkish red ware by my colleague Sharat Chandra Babu. And then there are, as you know, there are very limited petrographic studies in India, mostly done by Krishnan sir and his scholars like Dr. Vinod, the Ritvik Balwali and all. In South India, if it comes, like there are very limited studies. One by Smriti Haricharan on this megalithic pottery of Siritaur, and another was by Ravikant Prasad and et al. Like on the Neolithic pottery from Olapalayam. So my current study focuses on the textural analysis of the sherds which I have made, and then the mineral composition, and I will be looking at trying to look at the source of the clay. So the local ceramics. So what is actually local? So how do we define local? So it refers to an area restricted to a few kilometers around a community, valley or a region. So local ceramics are basically used for utilitarian purposes and dominates the Pattanam assemblage. Like 90% of this thing are local ceramics at Pattanam. And within that I have the redware, black and redware and blackware. So I'll be looking at the redware here. The coarse redware, within the redware dominates all the vessel types actually. So fine redware is very limited to bowl, dish and a few pots or storage jars basically. So these are the types I've classified: bowls, pot, large and small jars, dish, lid, chatti or the handi type, and lamp, basin, ring well, bricks, roof tile, edge ground pottery, terracotta objects like spindle whorl, ceramic disc, crucibles, and soke jars. So these are the ceramic types actually which I photographed. So bowls, that's a chatti, that's a kuda, that's a ring well, that's a lid, that's a pot, a small pot, and this is another pot, and that's a brick, and that's a storage jar within a context. Actually, it is close to the brick walls. So that's a edge ground pottery, that's a lamp, that is a terracotta disc, and that is a crucible, and this is identified as spindle whorls. Okay. So I'll be talking about the methodology I followed for the thin section and this thing. So I took around 20 sherds for the preliminary study, and I have done a detailed typological and microscopic study. The slides were prepared at Pradhan Enterprises in Kolkata. So I used a polarizing microscope, which is Micros Austria. Edelweiss MCP 300 was this one. And at the Department of Archaeology, Kerala University. And then I identified the minerals using their optical properties of Phillips and Griffin, Bullock and Mackenzie et al. So I've done the point counting using Olympix BX53M microscope which was attached with a stepping stage and using a Petroglyph 5 software. So I have checked the frequency with Matthew et al. 1991. Then the assumption is that the thin section represents the mineralogy of the vessel and the texture of the non-plastic inclusion. So these are some of the prerequisites actually. So this I took with the dynolite just to see how the surface is this is of a fine redware. So and I have given the interior, exterior and of the hand specimen. This is a hand specimen. This is of a coarse redware. You could clearly see like some of the quartz pieces. You could see some of the laterite patches, some grogs actually on the right top corner. So then this is a hand specimen of the same thing. So from my analysis, I found 5 petrographic groups within the redware. So mostly had quartz and feldspar as dominant minerals, and there were mica, which was mainly biotite and muscovite, and then there was amphibole. Then the other this thing include grog, argillaceous inclusions, iron oxide patches, organic matters. So this is group A, petrographic group A. Already I think Krishnan sir and Dr. Vinod has given introduction to what petrofabric group and everything is, so I'm not going into it. So petrofabric A was ferruginous in nature, and it had a reddish brown matrix, and it had low to moderate pleochroism in PPL and moderate to high bioinference in the XPL. So it had a very high timber content, 30 to 35, and the main inclusions was quartz with feldspar, mica, minor grogs, argillaceous inclusions, and lot of iron oxide patches. This group had lot of iron oxide patches. So it had a moderate to well sorted this, and had a slightly bimodal, I would say, because there are a lot of larger grains and very few smaller grains. And it had mostly medium core sand in it, and most of the grains were subangular to subrounded in shape, slightly oriented actually, and there are few voids which are basically mineral fallouts, and these had some organics as well. So this is the petrographic image of the petrographic group A, and on the left is the image in PPL. There you could see some of the voids, so you could see the orientation of the minerals, see how it is going towards the top, and this is the actual sherd. So actually this group is mainly linked with the fineware from Pattanam. So this is mostly found in bowls, dishes and very small storage or pot something like that. Then these sherds are slipped and they have a very slight polish. And these are some of the munsel colors which can be visible on the slip and body actually. The body has a 10R 6x8 light red, and the slip have these variations actually 10R 5x8 10R 4x6. So when I checked with some of the forms from Pattanam and compared with forms with Pattanam and Arikamedu, there were some similarities with the Arikamedu type 9 described by Wheeler in his report. So this is petrofabric group B. So it was again ferruginous in nature. So it had a dark brown to brownish red color, and in PPL, and in XPL it had a fair to moderate birefringence, and in PPL again we have the weak and moderate pleochroism, and the frequency was around 20 to 35, and this had a poor to moderate sorting with a slightly preferred orientation, and it had this bimodal grain size, and this had medium to coarse and very coarse sand in it. So these are the composition texture. You could see quartz feldspar was there, mica, amphibole, argillaceous inclusions. There were voids which were basically grain fallouts and organics, and then iron oxide patches. There are rock fragments of quartz and feldspar, and then there was this grog also. So this is an actual sherd, and this is actual sherd, and that is an image in PPL, and this is in XPL. So you could see how the density of the minerals is. So this is actually of a sherd of a ring well. So this is mainly linked with the coarse redware bowls, dishes, cooking pots, storage vessels, tiles, and ring wells. So in this category, they had this. Some had very thick, and mostly have a general regular strip with the tool marks inside and outside of this particular type. And they had a color ranging from 10R red to 2.5. Like there are a lot of shades of reds within this one. And some of the forms which matches Arikamedu are type 8, which have a saggar base as described by Wheeler, and type 9 bowls and cooking pots, chatti like type 24, 25, then lids 28, type 28, 29, and pots and jars. There are a lot of parallels like 42, 43, 46, 47, 48. There are a lot of types. So this is actually a photographic group C. It again had a ferruginous fabric, but it had a pale brown color in PPL, and it appeared like a brownish, yellowish, grayish color in XPL. So inclusions were very low. There were a lot of larger grains, while the smaller grains were very, very, very rare in this one. And there are iron oxide patches were there, but very few actually. And the sorting was poor to moderate and with a slightly bimodal nature, and the grains were subangular to subrounded. It had mainly very coarse to coarse sand and very, very little medium sand. So the minerals again was quartz, feldspar, mica, amphibole, rock fragments were again seen in this thing with very few argillaceous inclusions, and a few woods again indicating some grain fallouts and some organics. So this is a image in XPL, and this is in PPL, and this one is in XPL, and this is the actual sherd. So you could see the color of this actual sherd, which is actually kind of pinkish to pale brown. A few variations are there. Yeah, sure. So the vessel types associated with this fabric are basically bowls, dishes, jars, and pots. It had a thick red slip, and the body had color of pinkish to pale brown, and the slip color was 10R red, again the same red slip color, only 10R red to 2.5R red, and these are the colors you could see. So this is a group D. It again had this ferruginous fabric, and it appeared brown to brownish red in PPL, and dark brownish red in XPL, with fair to high birefringence, and inclusions were very rare. Actually, very few minerals I could identify, and there were dominant. Actually, it had a lot of rock fragments, basically of quartz and feldspar, and there were mica and amphiboles as well. And it was also again slightly bimodal in nature, and it was poorly sorted. It again had this angular to subangular to subrounded shape, and with a preferred matrix orientation. So there are a lot of elongated voids indicating that there are organics and which got burned out. So this is a petrofabric group D, that is one is an PPL, and this is the actual sherd. This is of a triple groove tile. So the last group, that is petrofabric group E, again it was brown to reddish brown in color and with sparse inclusion, very few inclusions, and it appeared non-pleochroic in PPL, low to moderate optical activity it had. So the main inclusions were quartz, and feldspar was very 102, and micas was very rare in this one. So it again had this subangular to subrounded shaped grains, and it had this bimodal grain size. There were very fine grains plus very few large grains. So it had a poor to moderate sorting, I would say. Then it had actually coarse sand temper with the very fine silt actually. Then there was a slightly preferred orientation, and again some iron oxide patches was there. Then few irregular voids indicating again the organic burnouts, but there was no actually grain fallout I noticed in this section. So this is a PPL of this is actually a modern roof tile from the excavations actually. So you could see the images in PPL, XPL, and this is the actual sherd. And this is actually the grain matrix, this thing, and you could see how much the matrix is dominating each of this thing with mostly with quartz and feldspar. You could see the quantities, and this is a matrix ratio. The first group had a 3:1 matrix ratio. Okay, sure. So and B had a 3:1 and 4:1, and C had a ratio of 4:1 to 5:1, and then D had 10:1. That it was a lot of organics. The minerals were very few in the last two this thing. And so discussion is like I found the five. I could identify 5 within the red ware. So most of them were ferruginous in nature and had similar like mineralogy indicating similar source. So but one group had, the first group actually had some micaceous inclusions as well. So actually basically these were stream transported, as you could see from the sizes, mostly subangular to subrounded. So there was a consistency in paste preparation in the first two groups. A and B had a long, like it had a consistency towards till like the late medieval period. And so if you need to understand this, this is an urban center. Pattanam is actually an urban center. If you need to look at the urban-rural relations, you have to look at the megalithic shreds again. So you have to look at the black and red ware, black ware, all the sherds. So we have to do more ethnographic, experimental, and even we need to collect the clay samples to compare. So in order to understand the continuity, the changes, and everything. So this is it. So I would acknowledge Tamil Nadu State Department and the KCHR for giving me the materials. So Department of Archaeology for giving me the petrography lab, and research scholars from Kerala University, and Dr. Supriyodas for his inputs, and Dr. Sujis for preparing the thin section slides. So thank you so much.
Thank you, all the 3 presenters. Now the session is open for discussion. I'll just make a few points here. We had an important discussion on 2 important sites, one on Adakankulam on the east coast, other on Pattanam. And these 2 sites were part of the Indian Ocean Network. They have produced a wide array of materials, beads and ceramics, connecting the entire Indian Ocean. And Pattanam, of course, we can see the urban features here. Pattanam was first identified based on geoarchaeological research by Dr. K.P. Shahjan, then Roberto Tambar and Dr. P.J. Cherian and myself. We came together, published in Journal of Roman Archaeology. Then Cherian gave leadership for several seasons of excavation, and he has published several volumes as part of KCHR Director and Director of the Excavation. Then as part of PAMA, he is continuing the work, and also he has done a lot of outreach work as part of PAMA and excavations. This site is really excellent, and it has shed a lot of light on the early urbanization. Now, audience can raise their questions, or if they want to make any comments, they are welcome. they can specify the speaker to whom they are addressing the question. Somebody can circulate the mic. Okay. The speakers can come over here and.
So my first point is just a comment to. Really? Okay. You want me to come on the stage? It's not needed. Just the first point is to address to Ezil Madi. I just want to say that the gold bead that you showed, which you can find in Hepu in China, you also find it, just for you to know, in the Isthmus of Kra as well, just for you to know. And then the second point is more like a question and addressed to Hari Shankar. So thank you for your presentation and the work you've done. I would like to know whether you've considered studying the ways of making the pottery, meaning the manufacturing techniques, because now you've studied the fabrics, but what would be interesting is to look whether it's the same techniques that have been used, whether some new techniques have been introduced from somewhere else. Just for you to know that, for instance, in the Taimale Peninsula or elsewhere, we have some fabrics which is local, local clay, but then you can see some Indian textiles coming, ways of making coming from different regions, showing some influence or the presence of foreigners working locally. So are you planning to do something similar in Muziris, which is also a cosmopolitan place?
Actually, this is a preliminary analysis. I've done the other work, actually experimental, actually this is a preliminary analysis I've done with 20 shirts. I have the other black and black shirts. I've done all the analysis recently only. I've worked with the experimental, ethnographic, everything. So what I could see is there are some similarities in like the look wise. I recently found that there was what I mentioned was fine. They had similar fine wares from, I found from a region close to Pattanam only. I found from a potter. So I'm planning to do thin section on that one again. Again, this is for my thesis, part of my thesis only.
You want?
It's not only about the way you make the paste, it's also the way the rest of the chain opératoire technique. And for this you need some frame of reference, ethnographic, but we can talk about it later. But that would be a very nice study, a nice complementary
study. Yes, I'm looking at the technological choices also. I'm looking at, yes.
Thank you.
Can I would like to, Edil Mati, actually in the map that you were showing, Bharuch, you have put it in Saurashtra. That should be, that is on the bank of river Narmada actually, so please make that correction.
The connection.
Yeah. Second thing that is, in your stratigraphy, you mentioned that there is an Iron Age that is 1000 BC to 500, and then Iron Age, early historic, which is a transition that is 500 BC to 300 BC, then early historic 300 BC to 500. What is the criteria that you have used for making that division?
So firstly, I think I have to be very honest about my association with the archaeological data, which is absolutely unrelated. I took over as the heritage consultant now, but from what I read from the reports, I see that I think the transition phase is determined based on the presence of certain potsherds, like the turquoise glazed pottery, and these important, and they are talking about it as a transitional period, and the more presence of it in the later early historic talks about the peak of these transoceanic trade. But I think Professor Selvakumar will have pertinent information
I
to
direct
add
that
to
question to you in that case.
Yes.
Thank you. Actually, what happened was that was an earlier proposition. Now there are more radiocarbon dates. The dates of the site have been, revised. So we have limited evidence for Iron Age, and probably the site starts somewhere around 500 BC. Because the stratigraphy is so complex, we also find some peat deposit and then sand deposit over which these people have settled. You can really see the contrasting, sediment formation in Pattanam And East Coast actually, you have 6-meter deposit. It is a very windy environment, whereas Pattanam, it is more flood environment. It is very close to the river Periyar, where tons and tons of sediments are deposited. So some areas, the site, we find it highly disturbed. Initially, we classified this as Iron Age for the lowermost sand layers. Actually, you get a peat layer over which there are sand deposit over which these people have settled. So you find a few dense, limited ceramics and bones in the earliest layer, which was classified as an Iron Age. Then we have another level where we have evidence for the turquoise glazed pottery, clearly indicating the West Asian connectivity predating the Roman connection. And that has been dated to 4th century CE, some of these ceramics, turquoise glazed ceramics. Then we have a peak period where a lot of construction and everything happens. That is precisely probably from, say, 1st century BC in that period. But what we found is the radiocarbon date, is a lot of problems. When we are getting so many different kinds of dates, and recently they have done several dates, and the chronology is being revised. So now it seems that we have more evidence for occupation at the site post 5th century BC. So we are working on the radiocarbon dates. We are trying to do basin analysis to understand the stratigraphy. One thing we understand is the site stratigraphy is so complex, so much disturbed. So continuous brick robbing and sediments have, completely been shuffled in some context. Sometimes you get early dates up and later dates beneath. So probably Kerala, there is a practice of, reclaiming land. So these people might have done some kind of reclamation, in the backwater area. We don't know. Site stratigraphy is very complex. There are some geoarchaeological studies done, and I think we need to do more on that front. That some of the KCHR and PAMA people are doing research on that.
And I have one more question, that there was a TGP photograph that you were showing, some 3 or 4, but that was there. Is it TGP or is it Lashkar Shah pottery?
I think it's turquoise, actually.
Because it looks, from the core, it looks slightly more coarse than the actual TGP. And there is, near Khamba, there is a place called Lashkar Shah. From there, the same kind of pottery was manufactured. That is early medieval and all. And that was also involved in the trade. You have the same kind of thing in Indonesia and many other places, and also Eastern India and also on Western India.
This is TGP only. We have a fine core. Then there is also some later period green glazed pottery found at Kodungalur. That is of 15th century. So we have these.
That is what I.
This is. I don't know which photograph.
Actually, that photograph is of Lashkar Shah pottery.
Actually, we have this glazed pottery occurring even at Arakankulam. Even in near Nartharkad, some of the Islamic potters were making it till 20th century. But the fabric and context is entirely different. Pattanam context is entirely different. Even on the Kerala coast, you get material, especially at a site called Madurai. You get material which are datable to 8th, 9th, 10th, 12th century. They are described as Islamic pottery. So even on the Kerala coast, you have the same pottery, but Pattanam, the materials are coming from a very secured context, because we don't have much material post-dating 5th, 6th century CE at Pattanam. There is a gap. When Kodungalur becomes important, where you have a lot of material. So Pattanam material is a very secure context. In the upper level, yes, we have 15th, 16th, post-15th century sediments, where we are getting Chinese ceramics also. At Pattanam. So Pattanam, as it is said, is multicultural site. We have all these materials.
Actually, if you look at the core of this one,
the one on the right,
different actually. Look at that. This is not. I don't think this is TGP. This is the other one. The green glazed one, and also you have some kind of vitrifications on the surface. You can see.
Okay.
So just check it actually.
Okay.
Thank you. And for your question, I don't know if I'm a co-author, so I can answer that. Actually, there are a lot of studies that have been done on this particular thing that you have said, like what we have done, ethnographic studies have been done, and we have also seen different types of paste preparations, and the sections of those different stages have been done, and they have been read, and it is also published. There are a few articles in that when it is published. And your collaborator, that Pauline Lafranc, she did work with me, and she has used it actually. I haven't seen the thesis. She did the work and she left. But I think probably she has used it when she was, she probably explained about that Mahastanagar pottery, because she was pottery from Mahastanagar. And also there is another article which I had done on Wadi Vateshwar mixed with from Bangladesh. That is published in Man and Environment. There are also
excuse me, sir, we are running short of time. So,
sorry.
If there is any other question from the audience, we can take 1 or 2 questions, and then there are 2 questions, and then we can move on to the felicitation.
Yes, thank you. So, one short question to Berenice, we were talking about it. It's about that gold foil glass beads. It's really interesting because last year in my excavations at Bahari, I told you already, we found 2 of them in a very secured context and dated context, along with the typical terracotta plaque that we get in the Ganga Valley. So we have interpreted that area as a kind of ritual deposit kind of thing. So first, my question is, what was the technology of it? Because it's very different, and Alok is also here. And secondly, you have plotted many sites in Southeast Asia, but there was this lady in South Korea who was reporting it even from the graves of the Three Kingdom period. That is the 1st century CE. So from Bengal we have 2 places, one Chandrakirti reported by Dr. Sharmi Chakrabarti, but it was a surface find from Chandrakirti, but the latest excavation by I think the first time that we can actually come up with the date and the context of these so-called beads. But now I think they look like beads, colored beads, but I don't think they were strung around, because maybe they were. Because one of my
we are running short of time. So we will take the questions and then finally speakers can answer. So Madhu Pandian has one question. Just one more question.
Yes, I want to the question about Eli Mandiri. Actually, the government of Tamil Nadu, State Department of Archaeology, who enacted as a Sangam period in 6th century BCE, started up to 300 CE. But how can you fix it with 300 BC to 300 CE? This is the first one question. And second one is, what is the, you told your presentations, what are the goods are exported, imported activities has been done in Pattanam and Muskis. At the time, you told wheat also exported. You just mentioned to that. Is it possible to wheat exporting activities has been done in Pattanam excavation?
Thank you. It is a question, it is a suggestion. Like Harishankar's study I was watching. If we have systematic collection of samples, one another type, like courseware, medium fabric wear, and fine wear. So that would make sense when we try to arrive at some conclusion out of the study that you are conducting. Of composition of the fine pottery and vice versa.
Now the speakers can answer. Yes, please.
So, do you want me to answer to Kaushik? Right. Okay, Kaushik. So the technique is that you have a foil, gold foil, and it's covered by glass. But there can be 2 types of composition of Mediterranean, or so this we can discuss further. But we have to be careful because they're also in Southeast Asia making fakes. So you have to see the beads. I can't tell for your 2 beads whether they're fakes or whether they are some of the originals. Right. And that was your question. Yeah.
Okay, next.
Yeah. So in terms of, I'm just rechecking if I don't think I've mentioned wheat. In the slide? No, I'm sorry, sir, but I think, yeah, there seems to be a, I think there's no weight, but in terms of 300 BC to 300 CE, I think I'm basing it on the excavation reports from the Patnam site, like Professor Selvakumar said, there needs to be a revision, but that's like a basic overview of the site. So if we go into the nitty-gritties of it, I think there's definitely going to be a lot of complexities that can be answered if you refer to the excavation reports of the site.
You can have the discussion later during the tea time. Shankar? Yes. Okay. Thank you. And now we are on time. Just 1 minute late. Yeah, sorry. So if you have any discussion, kindly continue during the tea time.
I invite Dr. Selvakumar, the speaker with the proceedings of the symposium. Dr. Belina. Madi. Harishankar. Requesting the chairperson and the speakers for a group photograph. Sir, Dr. Bhaskar. Yes, requesting the co-authors also to join the group photograph. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Let us break for tea and come back by 11:30.
Yes,
the rest of the chain operator technique. And for this, you need some frame of reference, ethnographic, but we can talk about it later. But that would be a very nice study, a nice
Yes,
complementary
I'm
study.
looking at the technological choices also. I'm looking
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Can I put it in Saurashtra? That should be, that is on the bank of
Thank you very much. So obviously, Mr. Coliseta, Dr. Coliseta had to go, and so I'm replacing him. So I'm going to make a start on time. I'm going to start presenting the first author, presenter, who is Jan-Pieter Bullert. He's a Belgian geologist, and he's obtained his PhD in geology from Ghent University in 2007, and he moved with his family to Denmark, where he's based. He has more than 20 years experience in technical luminescence dating. With his method, he determines when sand and silt grains were last exposed to sunlight, and he does this over a range of a few years to more than 5,100 years. By providing luminescence chronology to his many collaborators, he contributes to research on past climatic changes and on human migrations across the globe. So he has a wide experience in Russia, China, Tajikistan, UK, Denmark, and Norway. So now I think the best is just you come and start begin your presentation because your CV is long. So thank you for your attention.
Can I use this one? Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. Okay. Where is the pointer to change the slide? Is it this one? Maybe just. Yeah.
Bottom one.
Okay.
This doesn't work.
Maybe it's the bottom. Okay. Okay. So first of all, as common, I would like to thank the Department of Archaeology of the Tamil Nadu state for inviting me here to give my presentation. It's my first time in India, first time. It's an amazing experience, nice people, beautiful weather, great conference. As I've been introduced by our chair, I'm a geologist, and I'm actually a luminescence geochronologist from that. And today in my presentation I would like to in a very simple way explain to you how it works and give you 3 key examples mainly related to archaeology of what we can actually do with it. Because I've been listening to many presentations here and I think we can complement the other dating techniques available in archaeology. For example, radiocarbon dating, but also cosmogenic radionuclides. So let's move on. What is it really about luminescence dating? We determine when sand grains, so quartz and feldspar grains, have been last exposed to sunlight or were last heated, in case of pottery, for example. It's widely applicable, many types of sediments we can do, we can even date rock surfaces, and that will be one of my examples that I'm going to present to you. We don't need to calibrate our ages, unlike radiocarbon, so we get an age in a calendar year from the date of the measurement. But important for you to know is you get an uncertainty at best of 5%. We cannot be more precise. So I cannot tell you whether your sample is 1,000 years old or if it's 1,050 years old. That's within the uncertainty. So when you submit samples, always think about the uncertainty on the age you're going to get, because 5% is our best, because we have many factors coming into luminescence age that will introduce this uncertainty. That's one of the important things I would like to say. So wide dynamic range, as has been said before. Now, to explain to you the principle, just think about a battery, that our sand grains are batteries. And they have been stored in the soil for millions of years, and that means they are fully charged up. And that charge comes from potassium, uranium, thorium, so radioactive material, radioactive radionuclides in very small quantities in our sediment. They will introduce alpha, beta, and gamma rays into our crystals, and they will charge up. So imagine your battery has been sitting there, your grains for millions of years being charged up completely. Now what happens? Sunlight or heat, your battery will discharge, because it will remove the energy from our battery. It will evict electrons out of certain traps in the crystals. Then at some point it gets buried again, and this trapped charge can accumulate again because of the surrounding radiation. So the battery charges up again, and this is what we try to measure. The amount of energy that has been absorbed in our battery is what we try to measure using luminescent signals. So just another way, it's another way of presenting this. Imagine here a fully charged battery as this horizontal red bar. Sunlight comes, or heat, you can also heat it up above 300 degrees. You will bleach, you will remove all the charge out of your battery. You will remove electrons from crystal defect sites in the mineral grains. Then they get buried, and so you're covered under sediment. You will again have energy absorption. Your battery will charge up again because of these trapping of electrons, as we call it, at defect sites in our crystals due to this ionizing radiation. So uranium, thorium, and potassium surrounding your grains that you're going to measure. At some point, a nice colleague comes and they collect a sample, of course, protecting it from the sunlight, otherwise we'll lose our signal again. We take the sample to the lab, and what we do then, we shine light on the sample to release the energy again, to discharge the battery. And it's this light, that curve that you see here, at measurement time zero, we get a lot of light, and then it decays to zero. And this signal we can convert to a total amount of energy absorbed, to how much charge is in the battery, and that's one part of luminescence dating. So the age we're getting is the last time it has been exposed to sunlight up to the time we are up to the moment we're going to measure it. Let's look a little bit at this energy absorption during burial. So imagine you have a sample there in this square. Very locally, you'll have alpha and beta radiation, and these are just different kind of particles that bombard your crystal grains and deposit this energy that charge up your battery. So a battery is one of these grains, and they all have different ranges. So alpha particles and beta particles, they travel in sediment at different ranges. Some only a few micrometer, few thousandths of a millimeter, some a few millimeter, some like gamma photons here at the bottom, sorry, they travel up to 30 centimeters. And I want to tell this to you, it's a bit technical because it's important for sampling for luminescence dating, that you keep this in mind. We have different ranges in sediment because that's an important key issue. The details are for the specialist, but when you sample, you need to be aware of that. So we also have some radiation coming from outer space, cosmic radiation. That's when you send a sample to a lab. They want to know how high are you? Are you in the mountain area, or are you at the beach? Or are you close to the North Pole or close to the equator? We need that for our calculation of this cosmic component, for how fast our battery is charging up. That's what this is all about. So a little bit of text. So we accumulate charge or energy in our minerals. We're charging this battery with time that is being buried. We can shine light on it, or we can heat it, discharge the battery. This energy is being released as light, as luminescence, and that's proportional to how long it's been buried. So what we date is when ceramics or stones were last heated, or when sediment was last exposed to light. We need to determine two quantities. We need to determine a dose, so the total amount of charge, energy in our battery, how full is it, and how fast is the battery charging up. That's this dose rate part. These two quantities are equally important. They are, and that's what your lab will do. And you divide one by the other to get you the age. I won't go in very much detail, but For example, we express this in gray, which is a unit of energy coming from this radioactive radiation, as we call it. So the age equation is this, and a bit of technicality. We have different components. Some for feldspar dating, it's a bit more complicated, and the next speaker will discuss this in a bit more detail. We need to determine how active, what is the composition of our sediment to calculate the bottom part of the equation. So we need to measure the amount of uranium, thorium and potassium in our sediment, or in our piece of pottery, or in our stone. We need to measure that using radioanalytical techniques. We need to know where we are on the Earth's surface for the cosmic radiation, and we need to know how much moisture, so how much water was in the pores between the sediment, or how much moisture is in your pottery piece. It will be very little in pottery, it will be 0.5%, even less, because this moisture will attenuate some of this radiation. Some of these alpha, beta, gamma I was talking about, they will be diluted a little bit before they enter the grain. So we need to know how much moisture has been there over the lifetime of this piece of pottery or sediment. So that's one of the things we also need to discuss when you submit the sample to a lab. What has been the average moisture, do you still hear me? Yeah. Average moisture content over this burial time. And that is not an easy thing to know. So, that's one part of the equation. The top part, you'll see, if you look at archaeological papers, sometimes you have these dose-response curves. That's the luminescence measurements we're making. All a bit complicated, and we have a lot of jargon here. You have for quartz, we have different signals. We have for feldspar different signals. Nowadays, you will mainly see OSL for quartz and post-IRSL for feldspar. Those are the most successful techniques these days. Thermoluminescence is really old technology now, late 80s, 90s, early 2000s. You can still be used, but nowadays our lab will provide OSL or IRSL. And I'm not going to go more in this. This is more or less the technical part. I just want to show you these signals we're measuring are very higher or lower? Yeah. So you need to know these are 100 grains mounted on a disc, and then I start the light, the blue light shining on my samples, and they will give some light. And you'll see these are the signal that we're measuring from our grains is more than 1 million times weaker in intensity than the signal that we are shining on the sample to release this light. So it's really very specific equipment we're using for this. We can release the luminescence by light stimulation. That's what you call OSL, optically stimulated luminescence. You can also release it by heating your grains. You can see here, we start heating our sample and some of the grains will start giving light. Not all of them. Very, very weak light signals. So specialized equipment is necessary. And this light signal is converted into this dose, the top part I was talking about. So I think this is more or less the technical part. So I hope you have a feel for what we do. It's complicated and you need to have a bit of experience to do it properly, but more important is sampling. Because you will be doing, most people take samples in tubes, 5 centimeter diameter, 25 centimeter in width, light-tight tubes, because your sample cannot see light, of course. Just hammer them in your section. This is Lewis in China. You can take many samples if you want to look at how fast your sediment has accumulated with time. You can take only a few, depending on the question you're answering, of course. If you have very consolidated material, you could sample at night. It's not always possible, or you can sample under a black tarp. Just avoid light exposure to your sample. If you sample red bicycle lights, mount them on your head, and that will be sufficient light to give, and it's safe for your sample. Put it in a black bag. That's my colleague in a cave in a Neanderthal thing in Belgium, actually. If you have heterogeneous deposits, be aware that you need to take sometimes 2 samples. If you're close to a lithological boundary, try to stay away from it as a first attempt. Maybe 15, 20 centimeters away, because you have this range of gamma rays of 30 centimeters. So you want to either stay away from it, or if you stay close to the boundary, take 2 samples. From each unit, take 1 and send it to the lab. Consult with your specialist in your laboratory what you should do, because this could have an effect on the age, definitely. if you imagine you want to date these very thin sand layers there, you need to also take separate samples of the sand and of the clay around it. So it is not so easy always. If it's homogeneous, you just take one sample. But if you see lithological changes, be aware and take multiple samples and maybe send a photograph to an expert. Okay, what do I do here? Because it can really have an effect on the age. On sampling pottery or a stone, not just send a piece of pottery to the lab, but also the sediment around it. That's also important, because we need that for our calculations. It may not always be possible to have it in situ, but then take a bit of sand from the nearby site that is probably representative. That will be better than not sending anything. So that was more or less on sampling. I'll skip this one. This is a lot of heterogeneity. With a lot of rocks, you can make some feeds, but that's next to do this. Sample prep, I have to check. I'm already talking 40 minutes. I will skip this one. But it's very simple. The paper, Marriott 2021, shows you we need to get purified grains. It's not working. Purified grains out of it through very simple chemistry with removing organics and also removing carbonates, and you get some clear grains to mount in your machine. Now, examples. This is what you've been waiting for. And two of the studies, the first two, they are not done by me, but by my colleagues. And one of the first one is very long time ago from a lab in Australia. So rock art in Australia. Let's look at that one. It's difficult to date. Nowadays, radiocarbon dating has improved. We need smaller quantities. But there is a way that sometimes luminescence can help. And the reason is, they had these cave paintings there, but what they saw there is these animals flying around. And what they did, they were building wasp nests onto these paintings, on one of them. If you can date this nest, when the nest was built, you know the painting was made before. So the question was, this is a few hundred years old, this painting, or is it several thousands of years? And that has been answered in the study by Roberts and all in 1997. So what they did, they took one of these nests, and they sliced it up in 7 layers. You can see it, layer 7 was close to the cave wall onto the painting, and layer 1 is closest to you. So what you see, layer 1 is the most recent nest, gives an age of 100 years. Then you have a set of layers giving you about 300 years, some 600 years. And they found nests of about 100 years old using luminescence dating. And this is not unusual, because they know these animals, they use some existing nests. So that you see an old nest and an old part of the nest and a bit younger and a very young one. So they went to old nests again. And what they found is they found one nest, one age of about 16,000 years overlying one of these pictures apparently. Okay, I need to move on. So it's possible with luminescence, if you have sediment or something painted, plastered onto a painting, if you can date that sediment, you can give a minimum age. Now let's look at desert kites in Jordan. But I need to first explain to you that we can also date rocks, big cobbles. Imagine you have a big piece of rock, a cobble, and has been buried for a very long time, so all the traps are completely filled, the battery is fully charged. Then this gets exposed to sunlight, and now what we can do, we can drill out one of these little cores and slice it up. What you will see is that at the top part, the grains, after 1 hour, they will have lost their luminescence. And after 1 day, more deeper into this slice has lost 100 days, 10 years, and so on. So I'll show this now. Now I'm going to turn it upside down. What happens if this piece of rock is exposed to light? You get this S shape, because from 0 to about 15 millimeters, all the luminescence is removed from the top of your rock. And then it builds up again to saturation, where light cannot be removed, where light cannot be resetting the luminescence signal. So you get an S shape. If this rock later gets buried again, what you will see, what we measure later on, is this green curve. And the difference between the green curve and the red curve, we can calculate an age from that. We can calculate when was this rock buried. And the nice thing is we know that it was bleached because we have this flat line in the beginning. We know this rock has seen light at some point in time. And this is then the burial event we're dating after that. So, apply this to desert kites in Jordan. What are they? And I have to move on a little bit. But these are like stone structures, very long stone walls, coming into some enclosure, and at the corners of this enclosure you have like 5-meter diameter stone walls again. And I'm going to show you one of these trenches. They call them desert kites because in the 1920s, the British Army, they flew over the Middle East and they could see these kind of structures. They didn't know what it was. It's probably hunting traps for gazelles, but you guys know this better than I know. But the age was really uncertain. Is it a few hundred years old, a few thousand years old? So what they did, the stone here, the bottom one that's a bit darker, they excavated it and they drilled completely through it. My colleagues, I was not involved in this. And then they measured the luminescence profile. And as you can see, the middle of the stone is completely flat, the luminescence, because that was not removed by light. And then you have this S shape there and S shape there. These two shapes, we can calculate an age from that. And they gave an age of about 10,000 years. The filling of these enclosures give a sediment age and luminescence also about 10,000 years. So this is a way we could date, using the rock, we could date this, the building of these stone structures in the Middle East. And that's quite a neat study in 2019. If you want a reference, just contact me. Last study I've been involved in myself, and it's a big team with many scientists. It's basically trying to understand human occupation, human migration in Central Asia. This is a map showing you possible hominin expansion routes out of Africa via the Levant, via the Caucasus towards Tajikistan, where we find the loess Paleolithic, and there the loess is very fine-grained dust with loess and Paleosoil layers, and in there, this is a sequence of 120 meters. We studied 3 of these kind of sites, but what they found is the Karatau culture by Professor Ranov described in the early 90s. This is a pebble core techno-complex. I don't know anything more than that about it, but the team has excavated this and really studied these artifacts in great detail. What we did luminescence, we did cosmogenic radionuclide dating of the artifacts themselves, so they were crushed and measured, and we also have paleomagnetic boundaries. And that put that in an inverse Bayesian model. And the paper is in review, and it's coming out hopefully in the next couple of months. But these are the three main sites. So we have 286 luminescence. This is the biggest data set you'll see in the world, published in a few months, I hope. So because I'm running out of time, I'll just highlight we have detailed chronology, and you can also see that you cannot assume that all the ages are, that everything is complete. You have a big jump in ages there, the middle sequence there. You jump about 100,000 years, so there has been erosion on that side. But if you bring all of this together, what we could do is with fairly high precision, with uncertainties of less than 10%, we could now put these Karatau culture in, give it an absolute chronology, using cosmoluminescence and paleomagnetic boundaries. So we now, this has been dated, and the paper I'm hoping is going to come out in the next couple of weeks to months. We had good reviews on it, but just to show you the potential of applying different chronological tools together at the archaeological sites. I'm running out of time. We have some challenges. Often bleaching, the resetting may not be complete. We have single grain options. We can compare with feldspar. Sometimes quartz is not working well. Then we can also move feldspar signals. Dose rate, as I've just mentioned before, take additional samples, consult with your local specialist, so you take the right samples before submitting them to a lab. I'm going to leave it at this. So we've really grown, and the technique has grown in the last 25 years, and we're still getting better at it. We're still doing methodological work, as you'll hear from the next speaker, but we can apply it to a wide range of environments, so both in geological and archaeological context, and even now to these bigger pieces of stone. And that is really very attractive, I think, also in archaeological context, that we can now date stones as well. And yeah, I would really plead for the combination of applying both radiocarbon and luminescence dating on one side. I've heard the previous speaker, they had some problems with disturbances in one of the sites. And I believe that we may be able to help there with luminescence ages. So I hope I didn't run too much over time. So thank you. Yeah.
Rock been deposited. The rock deposition that you talk about, the dating, drilling and dating them, the rock can be transported to the lab because the rocks can be, or it should be done in situ.
No, you can, if it's not too big, you can send it to us.
Maybe
then we can drill
models.
it. Of course, if it's huge, you need to go on site and drill it there. But you can just drill out at night or in the evening a core, maybe 5 cores from the different parts of the rock, and send this over. Of course, with very clear indication of where it comes from and the orientation. But yeah, it is possible. Yeah. But of course, yeah, the size. I think we have in our lab rocks up to this size. But they all come from Europe. You can transport by car.
Yeah, they are mobile in nature, unlike like sediments, not from the stratigraphy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so you talked about the problem of moisture content, right? And challenges for dating. So what kind of precautions should we take if we are taking the samples from coastal areas, submerged sites, artifacts which have been lying maybe submerged in water for some time? What kind of challenges are there and what precautions should we take as archaeologists? Thank you.
Yeah. The first thing I would do when you excavate is immediately take sediment samples. So before it starts to dry out. So at least you have the present day water content of your sample. That will give us at least some limit to play with. Because in the lab we both measure that one, so we say maybe it's 5%, and then we will also saturate the sample in the lab to get a saturated water content. Very often, in most studies, we will assume a range in between, if we don't know anything else about the water content. But if we also want to talk to the local site specialist, who will know, okay, the water table is here and it presumably has stayed there forever. An easier context is if they say, okay, everything has been saturated all the time, then we can just assume the saturation water content for our calculation. But it is important that you, as archaeologists and your local geologists, think about the site drainage. Because sometimes you have a sand layer and below there's a clay layer. We know the water will stand on the clay and most of the time will have been saturated. Also the past climate can be taken into account. Is this a very wet environment or are we really in a desert environment where it's always been very dry? So these kind of things, this kind of information you should try to send, to communicate to your lab specialist. Yeah, but I always advocate for as soon as you open a trench, take a few samples from the key layers in a plastic bag and seal it so we know, okay, this was the water content when we opened the trench before it started to dry out. That is at least what I do. I try to do. It doesn't always work, but and send big enough samples also to your laboratory. Not small tubes, but if they're big enough, we can also it's easier for us to make the measurements. Yeah. Does that answer your question a little?
Sir, different places have different exposure to the kind of luminescence and radiation. How it is being tackled while studying the different kind of specimens from various areas across the globe?
Yeah, so it's absolutely true what you're saying. So luminescent signals from quartz vary around the world massively. So some samples have very good characteristics, and then we can easily date them. Some are almost impossible to date because the quartz is not really working well. Then we move to another mineral, feldspar. When it comes to the difference in lithology, different composition, we measure that. You know, there's uranium, thorium, potassium concentrations. Every sample gets this measured. And this can vary by an order of magnitude between samples. This can be some samples, for example, what I showed from Tajikistan, they are quite active. But then I have also beach sands from Australia, for example, that are 10 times less radioactive. But if you measure it, we can control that. So we measure really every sample in detail, both the composition and its characteristics, so how well it's going to work. And a good lab will be able to tell you, okay, this is behaving in this way, and this is more reliable than another than this sample. Yeah. Yeah. I'm happy to discuss. Yes.
Yeah, I did his PhD in luminescence physics in Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad, where he worked on single-grain luminescence dating. He then moved to Riso National Laboratory, Denmark, for his postdoc research, where he worked on a European Space Agency project that attempted to transfer the luminescence dating method to Martian sediment. Subsequently, he returned to the physical research laboratory for another postdoc research, and then he focused there on feldspar luminescence dating to increase the dating range. So now he set up an institute in Lucknow, established a luminescence dating laboratory, and he's working there now. So I'm calling Dr. Multegay. Yeah. Yeah, the bottom one.
The marker is working?
No, it doesn't work.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice. Ian Peter has given already a platform for me to talk. So also, he is coming from the Mecca of luminescence, like a lot of research going on in luminescent dating laboratory. Not only is dating sediments burial, but also dating the cobbles, artifacts, exposure dating, rock surface exposure also. So a lot of developments happening in the luminescent dating. And then he has given a platform. Now I'll just develop from there. I'll focus on luminescence from feldspar. And then that also is one of the important person who developed that method, post-IR IRSL. So here I present a specific work that has some problem in dating Sivagalai urns and materials. So the title is, why do luminescence of Iron Age urns of Sivagalai underestimate compared to radiocarbon ages? So this, the people with the teamwork, the people with the underlines, they contributed further than the work that I presented in the last time in Madurai. So it's a bit, whenever you encounter some problems, so we have to understand, and then we make many more measurements, many people are involved, many institutions are involved. So the work is going on. Hopefully we can conclude by this time. Yeah, so the plan is a little bit about our earlier attempts. I'm not going to stay much on that. And then, so we provided a tentative ages. So why, I'll mention about it, why they are tentative. And then what new we have done. And then the testing and refining the protocol to measure the dose that, that is required to estimate the age. And then another set of tentative ages. Of course, again, it's a tentative ages. It's literally ongoing work in the laboratory. Measurements are going on. So, and then summary. So just to brief about Sivagalai, there are 2 layers of, not 2 layers, there's a L13 and there are A2 urns, total 6 urns, but I used 5 urns from these Sivagalai excavations. And then these are the 5 urns, except A2, U3, all the urns were filled because the lids were broken and then the soils, it was filled in the urn. And then that's, for me, it's important whether it is filled or not, because one more parameter called dose rate that Ian Peter already explained, that is important to know whether the uranium, thorium, potassium, that the dose rate from the urn and then the soil outside and inside, are they same or not? If not, then we have to account for the difference. So these are the tentative ages that we provided. And then, so why they are tentative? At that time, we have measured radioactive elements concentration from the sample from our detector that we use gamma spectrometer. And then we want to be sure by sending to another sample because we have already a radiocarbon ages from the urn. So now, so we have to be very careful. So we were actually, and also it's a very sensitive topic, so I was very afraid to work in this sample. But anyway, as a scientist, we should not be afraid or no feeling should be there. But somehow I want to be extremely careful, so I send the samples to another lab. Unfortunately, both of our detectors are not working. So then I have to send to another lab to ISET Kolkata. And then that was delaying in coming to my age. That's why I provided a tentative ages. So what we do, so the urn is there at that extreme, and then we take an urn piece, and then also soil outside and inside. And then in the dark lab, we remove the exposed layer of the urn piece or water powder pieces, and then we crush them and then process. The process only how we extract the grains, Ian Peter has already explained, and then we crush the sample, and then we process. We work on polymineral, fine grain samples, and then sometime if available, coarse grain, quartz and feldspar also we extracted. In this case, I don't want to leave anything, I extracted everything, quartz, feldspar and polymineral. And then, so age is already shown here, age is calculated from two important parameters, dose by dose rate. Dose required luminescent measurements, dose rate required radioactivity concentration measurements. And then, as I'm just connecting with the earlier talk, when there's a heterogeneity in the sediment, we have to be careful. So here we have already, there's an urn which is buried. So now we have the radioactive concentration in the urn, and then also the radioactive concentration from the surrounding soil. So we collected, if suppose the radioactive concentration from the urn and the soil are same, our dose rate computation is very straightforward. If not, that's why we have to do the geometrical correction. So here we have done that correction because the uranium, thorium and potassium, especially potassium from the soil is different, lower than the urn. And then the potassium contributes more to the luminescent, the dose rate, so it becomes very important. So we have done some correction by assuming the beta range, that is 2 millimeter in the grain, in the sample, in the sediment matrix, and the gamma travel 30 centimeters. So we have done the correction, and the corrected dose rate need to be subtracted here. So dose rate is very clear. And then regarding dose measurements, here again I just wanted to pinpoint a very specific thing, because here I am working on the potassium feldspar or polymineral. Polymineral also dominant of potassium feldspar. So now there's a unique characteristic of potassium feldspar is, unlike quartz is very straightforward, and then it doesn't fade. Fade in the sense it doesn't leak any signal. In the potassium feldspar, because of its impurity structures, and then also it has different chemical composition. So here just trying to explain, that's what we call anomalous fading. Anomalous fading in the sense, when you give a dose to the quartz or feldspar, with time the signal decay. So why that happen? In the feldspar, in this right side figure, if you see, when you give the dose, electron and holes are created, and then they are separated by distance. If they are closer by, then it recombine without any stimulation by tunneling process. If they are well separated, it is stable. So if the proximal pairs are more, you will have a fading rate is very high. So that is the very uniqueness of feldspar, not of quartz. And then here we are dealing with polymineral, that is also feldspar rich sediment, and then potassium feldspar, anyway it is feldspar. So this phenomenon we have to take care. So there is also a way to measure the fading rate. So what you do, you give a dose and then measure the luminescence at different delay times, then you know how that is fading, then you can know the fading rate, the G value is the fading rate, then you can correct using the same G value if you feed into this equation. So now it is okay as long as the fading rate is around 3 to 5%. But in our silver sample, we encountered very different situation. I will come to that point. So now, the right side figure, if the fading rate is 3 to 5%, then it decay, and then if you extrapolate for longer time, there will be no signal in the feldspar. But if suppose the fading rate is higher than 5%, it can be emptied very quickly. So if the fading rate is very high, then we will not have enough signal to even the equation will not work. Okay? Okay, now our sample has that signature. We measured XRD on the extracted potassium feldspar grains. Coarse grain 90 to 150 micron size. So already they are potassium feldspar. Geochemically they are potassium feldspar. But when we do the XRD, we have a cyanidine phase of the potassium feldspar. Cyanidine is known for disordered material. More the disorderness in the feldspar crystal, the proximal pairs happen to be high in concentration, so you will have the fading rate is very high, and then we have measured 15%. Not 5%, 15%. So the fading correction procedure will not work. So now, of course, it's not the first time we are encountering. Already people have worked in the cyanidine, Boli from the Australian team, he worked. And then here also, he has done a very practical approach. He measured G value from many subsamples and then DE values. So more fading rate will have already logically lower DE value, lower G value will have higher DE value. So he tried to extrapolate back for a G value equal to 0, then he take that DE for age calculation. But here also there is no methodological, he measured the post-IR IRSL and then he tried to make sense because he has already uranium series dating age. How to avoid the fading? This one figure, then we'll go to the measurements. So now you irradiate feldspar with a dose, then electron hole pairs are created with the proximal and then distal pairs, then you preheat. So these are all pre-treatments. By doing appropriate pre-treatment, you can avoid the proximal pairs. You can kill the proximal pairs. One is you can preheat to particular temperature, 250 or 320 or 360, that we have tried. And then also, after preheating, you put one more IRSL. One more time, if you expose the sample with infrared light, then more close pairs would be consumed. Then you are left out with the more stable signal, that means distal pairs. When you measure the luminescence, then you have a stable luminescence. So now what we did it in, there is already ages for the A2, U3 rice rice grains, and then we also took the husk material from the A2, U3, and then L13, U5, another urn, the soil sediment within the urn, then we did radiocarbon. So we got a similar ages, A2, U3, there are some underestimation of 100 years doesn't matter for me because for me the underestimation happened in thousands years. So this is the age from A2, U3 and then L13, U5. I consider this as a age, real age of the material. Now, so once I know the age from the radiocarbon, and then I have already computed the dose rate, I can know what is the dose I should be expecting in my urn pieces. So this is the expected dose for A2U3. And then I measure IRSL 50. This signal any geochronologist will use for the poultry piece. And then it falls very short than the expected dose. Then we use one more signal, the pre-treatment, preheat up to 250, and then shine the light of violet light on the potassium feldspar samples to remove the proximal pairs. Then you put the IRSL to probe the stable pairs. That also falls very short. Then this is Yann signal post IR IRSL. You preheat the material up to 320. Then put the IR for 50 seconds, 100 seconds at 50 degrees Celsius. Then you put the light of IR again it is called post-IR IRSL. It is known for a stable signal or least feeding signal that also give me very small dose than expected. Then I myself tried some other signal, preheated up to 370 and then measured at 340 after another IR. That also, of course, has come to closer but still low. Then one more signal in 2015 I worked, that's parts samples from Hoshangabad. So we know it's older material, so we tried, that's a redistributed IRSL. So what happened, we did some treatment, one more pre-treatment was to agitate the whole feldspar and then redistribute the electron and hole pairs to be accessible. So that comes higher than that, but anyway it's an average of 3 aliquots only. Still the measurements are undergoing, then I need to characterize more to come to a final age. This is A2U3. Then another sample, L13U5. Here also you see the same trend, IRSL 50, very low age, very low dose, then RD IRSL and then post IR IRSL seem to be giving a closer age, closer dose. And then 3 more samples we have measured already. So this is the 2 samples for which we have radiocarbon ages. So against which we are comparing. So now the ongoing work is, this is the TL glow curve. And then the deep, higher the temperature when you do, this is the region we have to play around. So these are the signals. This is the TL, this is the whole TL, real signal. After multiple pre-treatments, still you have a signal here. Although it's very low, yes. Although it is very small amount of luminescence, but I think that our true signal lies somewhere there. Still optimization of pre-temperature is still going on. Then more measurements will help me to control. So as I mentioned already, I extracted everything. Quartz grains also, potassium feldspar, polymineral from all the samples, and then measurements going on. Hopefully we can come to some kind of conclusion. So now putting the values together, the right side additional 2 ages, radiocarbon ages. These are the again tentative, but this time better ages because we have some idea about how to deal with the cyanidine rich potassium feldspar, the protocol wise. So yeah, so another again tentative ages. Now once the protocol has, we have some idea about how to measure the dose. I think we can measure for the other samples from that region, Adichinallur, Sivagalai, other that similar kind of sediments. One important question a geochemist can answer, why the cyanidine rich feldspar has been there. That's another big question. Yeah, thank you. So this is the final slide.
Maybe we should do it after. I don't know. So yeah, you go first.
Thank you very much. That was really very nice presentation, especially for laypersons. So now I'm going to play devil's advocate and ask you, then why do you need to do this? It looks like this method, depending on how you do the treatment, how you actually make your measurement, you can get different ages. So for a layperson, that is really an issue. So can you shed some light on that?
Sorry, I couldn't get the question.
See, this actually means you can get a different age depending on which treatment you're making.
Oh, that is subjective. Okay. It's not that. I think if it were normal potassium feldspar, microcline, orthoclase rich, then the protocol will give me. Now, see, I understand your question very well. It is very subjective. Which age I want to have, I can measure. That's what you mean, right? But the indication of the presence of cyanidine made me alert. And then, for example, another, madam, that is true. If suppose radiocarbon ages are not available, I would have given the age of 2000 years ago, 2000 years old sample. Then that's the end. So I think it's some kind of combination. I know something, but at the same time I'm not going blindly to get that age. I have indication, sanidine is there, and then there's no protocol to measure the dose from that. So I am arriving at the protocol, and then still the higher the age it gives, just it gives higher as the independent one, I don't believe that. I'll measure more, and then I'll internal checks. Okay, I have done also dose recovery test. That I didn't show. I gave a known dose, and then using these signals, I got back within 10%. So, very valid question, but it's not like I am trying to get as I want.
No, I told you I was just playing devil's advocate because I wanted this to be very clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really a question. We can talk about more technical stuff later. But would you agree that if I had a piece of pottery, I would start with the quartz OSL? And what is your view on that? Because you've got the sanidine, which is very complicated. It fades at crazy rates. We know that. I have never been successful at dating sanidine. So
have you done?
I have never been successful. I've never done it. So I see where the problem comes from. And exactly, this is purely because of this high temperature feldspar with a lot of disorder. But what do you expect of the quartz OSL? Because it's been heated, it should be straightforward. What is your anticipation? I'm really looking forward to that in your study.
Yeah. Regarding quartz, that is very straightforward. Why don't we date quartz instead of complicated sanidine-rich feldspar? Actually, in the nearby same region, like 5 kilometers, there's a place called Athur. It was published in Frontiers in Environmental Archaeology. So the quartz age was underestimated, and in the paper itself we mentioned we couldn't explain. So of course I didn't start with quartz, but I will do quartz. So maybe we have to explain this time. Probably the quartz grains are heterogeneously distributed through the urn, and normally they make clay materials. So the presence of coarse grain quartz itself is probably heterogeneously distributed, so the dose rate need to be computed properly. Could be the reason, but we'll try. We do everything.
No, I'm mainly thinking about the stability of the quartz, because the feldspar is a stability problem, right?
Yeah.
With the quartz OSL in an urn, some heated material, that I cannot believe that this would be problematic.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to your quartz measurements.
Yeah. Probably the quartz will be in terms of stability, it won't be a problem, but dose rate may be complicated, but we have to try.
Yeah.
We'll do.
So, again, for example, in Courtyard, so what kind of radiocarbon and OSL ages do you have?
I haven't tried at all. See, what me, I am end up with a problematic sample.
Okay.
And then until I am sure, I think Courtyard sample may not have this issue, but now what I do, I measure the XRD and make sure sanidine is not there. I think the sanidine, even if it is there, this protocol will help me to correct it. But otherwise, Courtyard sample, Koduman also have the same issue, the red sand material. Okay. Otherwise, routine procedure will help me, no issue. Okay. This is actually the rarest case.
Okay.
Yeah, we had this problem at Pattanam also. Thomas Puttuseri from NGRI did the analysis. See, we know from sedimentary context the date is earlier, but OSL gave the later dates. That was very obvious because the stratigraphy in some contexts is very clear. So, but OSL gave a much later date. That is why I think that date was never published.
Normally luminescence give older age because of the sediment. It's like it carries the earlier signal, but in our case, strange. It's underestimated. That also we understand. We are actually increasingly understanding the system, the presence of sanidine. Probably something else also there. As of now, sanidine helps me to explain, and then that make me to develop a better protocol for measurement.
Actually, what happened then, there was a discussion between the excavation team and Thomas Puttuseri at end. Then finally, they did not publish it. They said because it doesn't fit with the chronology, because it came too late. Maybe the soil, there was some disturbance, we don't know.
That was from the lowest sand deposit predating the other occupation. We have amphora and so many other materials. And we also had radiocarbon date. It did not fit with that. Thank you.
Of course, I don't know the work of what you're referring to, but we should always keep in mind also what luminescence age means. If you have some site disturbance, right, you get resettings, you get younger ages, and it may be older material. You may have older ceramics, you may have a radiocarbon age will not necessarily be the same. So that could also perhaps explain these, that there's just site disturbance and you get younger ages that don't fit at all with the artifacts you're getting. So I would not be surprised that partly this is the case. That doesn't mean the method is not working, you're just dating something different.
Yeah, thank you.
We can move to the next presentation. The next presentation is made by Dr. Rajvi Sharma from IIT Delhi, who is working as a scientist. No?
From IUAC.
From?
IUAC, Inter-University Accelerator.
Okay, there's a mistake here. The scientist in the Geochronology and Accelerator Mass Spectrometry group at the Inter-University Accelerator Center, New Delhi. His research focuses on method development for high precision radiocarbon dates analysis using accelerator mass spectrometry, covering all stages from sample preparation to measurements. He has applied radiocarbon dating techniques to diverse problems, including quantification of fossil fuel-derived CO2, tracing carbon cycling processes, and assessing the share of biogenic carbon in bio-based materials. Beyond application, Dr. Sharma has contributed to establishing and advancing the IUAC-MS in Delhi facility, enhancing its capability for both routine measurements and other methodological developments. He collaborates widely with national and international partners, advancing the use of radiocarbon in environmental monitoring, climate studies, archaeology, and material identification. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon to all. So I am thankful for Tamil Nadu State Archaeology Department for inviting me for this symposium. So I am going to talk about mainly AMS radiocarbon dating procedure at our IUAC AMS facility. So this work is actually I am presenting on the behalf of all the group members who are maintaining this facility at IUAC. Okay, so IUAC radiocarbon dating facility is established in 2015 March with the financial support of Ministry of Earth Sciences, and it is operation since then. And other than radiocarbon, we are also measuring basically 10 beryllium and 26 aluminium for exposure and burial dating. And we are still getting support from MOES under Geochronology project to get it operational in this facility continuously. So this facility has been extensively utilized by various researchers in India. Some of you also have utilized. I hope some of you will utilize in future. And so we have analyzed around 10,000 samples in various areas, including archaeology, paleosciences, paleoclimate, seismology, etc. So some samples from these three archaeological sites from the Tamil Nadu were also dated via ASI, Archaeological Survey of India. So I am going to focus mainly the sample preparation protocol, measurement and data analysis process which we followed at our facility. Okay, so in AMS measurements of radiocarbon, generally these are the steps. First step is the sample pretreatment. So idea of sample pretreatment is to remove all the carbon which is not native to your sample. So there are like physical separation and then chemical separation. In the second step, we combust the sample in the form of CO2, and that CO2 we convert into the graphite. Why graphite? because our AMS system accepts sample in the form of graphite for the measurement. So we perform this graphitization using automated graphitization equipment, which is also called as ACE. And we have 3 such systems. And then this graphite is measured using AMS system. We call our AMS XCAMS. This is the compact carbon accelerator mass spectrometer, extended for 10 beryllium and 26 aluminum. So AMS is based on the atom counting. Most of you may know that radiocarbon can be measured either using decay counting or AMS. So in decay counting, generally you have to wait for the decay. So you need large amount of sample, or you have to wait for longer time of the measurement to get sufficient statistics. However, in case of AMS, we are directly counting the atoms. So there is no need to wait for the decay. So sample amount requirement is very less, and also measurement time is shorter. So these are the type of sample we are generally processing at our laboratory. So mostly earth science community is utilizing this facility. So sediment is the most of the time we are dating, and then charcoal, wood, bone, and then carbonate samples, and then other type of samples we are dating. So these are the sample material required to date the sample. So generally before the treatment we take little bit more amount of sample. So it eases for chemical handling of the sample. However, after the treatment we take a very less amount. So like for example charcoal we take around 1.5 to 2 milligram for dating. For wood leaves, plant remains 2 to 2.5 milligram. Sediment and soils, it depends the carbon percentage in the sample. For bone we extract the collagen and we take around 3 to 5 milligram. And then textile also 4 to 5 milligram. Cells and foraminifera we take 10 milligram for dating. For groundwater dating again around 20 to 100 ml depending on the DIC percentage in the sample. So in sample pre-treatment, generally there are 2 types, like physically like we have to remove the contaminant, like we have to remove the roots and other like outer layer of bones and cells. And also you have to separate the specific type of sample, like sieving the charcoal from the sediments and picking out the forams or pollen to date. Now chemical separation depends upon the type of samples. Like charcoal, sediment, seed, macrofossil, textile, we generally follow this universal protocol, acid, base, acid. So first acid step is to remove the carbonate, and then second base step is to remove the humic acid contamination. Now during base treatment, it can absorb atmospheric CO2. So to remove that atmospheric CO2, we again treat with the acid. And for wood sample, we follow the cellulose extraction technique. So why we extract only the cellulose? Because it preserves the initial radiocarbon information. Other tissues like lignin, they can exchange with the surrounding. So cellulose is the most suitable material for dating. So we generally follow the BABA protocol. So B for base treatment, to removing the lignin, phenols, then other compounds. And then ABA has the meaning which I just explained you on the previous slide. And then last is bleaching. So for bleaching we generally use the sodium chloride. H2O2 also works for the same purpose. So this looks like the cellulose. This is the same procedure which paper industry also utilize to make the paper. Now in the bone, so bone is made up of your organic and inorganic fraction. So inorganic fraction is mainly the bioapatite, basically calcium phosphate with 1% substitution of calcium carbonate. So it has porous structure. So during deposition, it can exchange the carbonate with the groundwater. So that's why it's not suitable for dating generally. So we rely on the collagen for radiocarbon dating. So in collagen extraction, so bone is first crushed and then we remove this bioapatite fraction by dissolving in weak acid. And in third step, we dissolve the sample into hot acid or hot acidic water, and that process is called gelatinization. To further purify this gelatin, we use this ultrafiltration technique. So by taking this dissolved gelatin in a syringe, we pass through a glass filter, and then we use this ultrafiltration tube, in which we take around 500 to 100 microliter dissolved gelatin. So idea behind this ultrafiltration is this, that heavier molecules will remain above and then lighter will be filtered. Basically the humic acid contamination. So this heavier fraction is freeze-dried. So collagen looks like, you can see in this, this tube, it's a fluffy white material. If you open it in the air, it becomes like a glue type of a structure, which you can see in this below picture. Now, in case of radiocarbon dating of bones, we have to pass these quality checks. Like one of them is percentage nitrogen should be more than 0.7%, and then these three are important. Like collagen yield should be more than 1%. Similarly, C/N ratio should be 2.9 to 3.5 or 3.6, and then carbon percentage also 30 to 50%. If the bone sample is not meeting this criteria, generally those dates are not considered reliable. Sometime this bioappetite fraction can also be dated. Like if we can remove these this carbonate which is exchanged with the groundwater, the secondary carbonate, if we can remove it with the help of acetic acid, and then it can be dated. So like we have to do repeated like 20-30 times acetic acid treatment, and then every time we have to vacuum the CO2 out of the tube. And then finally this clean bolt can be acid hydrolyzed using H3PO4, and then it can be dated. So like these samples from this Manjra Valley from Dr. Vijay Sathe from Deccan College, we have applied this technique for dating. Other than the bones textile sample, so if we are getting clean textile, then it is generally pre-treated using ABA, acid-base acid treatment. Now if some preservatives are used, like it is the part of some painting or some resins are utilized, so then we have to clean it with the help of sock slit. So this is the sock slit we are having at IUAC. So if we know that what the contamination is, then we follow the particular order of solvent, organic solvent. If we don't know, this is the most of the time. So then we generally follow this chloroform, hexane, acetone, ethanol. So idea is this, that one compound has a limited solubility in these organic solvent, and then another is completely insoluble. So in that basis it actually removes the contamination. And after that ABA, acid-base acid, is conducted. So like this is the piece of one of the painting actually. So you can see before the cleaning with the front side, and then after sock slit and multiple sock slit extraction and then ABA cleaning, you can see the front side. Back side is clearly clean, but not the front side. So in that case, we have to find out the clean thread out of this for combustion. So in the next step, after this pre-treated sample is combusted into the CO2 with the help of these three automated graphitization equipment. So all the three automated graphitization equipments are connected to elemental analyzer. One of them is connected to the carbonate handling system. So in elemental analyzer, your material is packed into this tin boards, which is pictured in the blue image, and then it is combusted at 920 degrees centigrade temperature in the presence of oxygen. Now this process is going with a carrier gas. We generally use helium as a carrier gas in this elemental analyzer. So this is passed through the copper oxide to further facilitate the oxidation, and then silver wool to remove these halides, which like chloride, which have been come up with this SCL treatment during the pre-treatment. Now after this purification, the CO2 is transferred to the another instrument which has sodium zeolite as a trap, sodium aluminosilicate zeolite as a trap. So now this trap CO2, this trap actually traps the CO2, and we heat it around 500 degrees centigrade temperature, and this CO2 is transferred to these tubes, which you can see here, in which we generally fill the iron powder. And these are fixed at that place. And this CO2 and hydrogen we provide externally. So this reaction takes place, CO2 and hydrogen at 580 degrees centigrade temperature, and iron act as a catalyst. So carbon is reduced to the graphite and then water vapor. And these water vapors are removed by the Peltier cooler present in that system in the form of fan actually. So now this, okay, so this was for the organic sample. For carbonate sample, we use this acid hydrolysis technique. So whatever like for our cells, we generally mixed with the H3PO4, it produced the CO2. Now that CO2 is again transferred with the helium to the that geolite trap, and then it again the same reaction happen. So this is for carbonate sample. And finally, this graphite is pressed in this tiny target holder, in the smaller one. So it's like 5 milligram iron powder and 1 milligram graphite. That is pressed using this electric cathode press, and such 134 cathode, we call it cathode because in ion source it is at negative potential. So such 134 cathode can be loaded into this wheel, and along with the real sample we load the standards, primary standards, secondary standard, and then background samples. So primary standard we use OX1 or OX2, which are basically oxalic acid from NIST. And then background samples. So background samples are the samples which do not have radiocarbon content. So during sample processing, there may be some contamination of radiocarbon is added in the sample. So background samples are also processed with the same method as your real sample are processed. So when we measure and we found some count in these background sample, they are subtracted in finally from your sample. So we have different type of background samples which are used depending on the type of sample we are processing. And then secondary standard sample we are generally using from IAEA. So they are basically checking the accuracy of our system because we know their values. So we are checking our accuracy of our system. Okay, so finally this graphite, that wheel is loaded into the ion source of this accelerator mass spectrometer. So you can see there are two ion sources like 40 MC SNCs and 134 MC SNCs. These are the ion sources. So 134 MC SNCs is utilized only for radiocarbon dating. And then they produce basically the ions, 12 carbon, 13 carbon, 14 carbon. They are accelerated at 460. put the lab ID. So every radiocarbon dating laboratory has one lab ID, like ours one is IUACD. And obviously radiocarbon is given by laboratory and plus minus its 1 sigma uncertainty. And then calibrated is which range you are using, 1 sigma, 2 sigma or median is. And then which calibration curve you are using and which calibration software. And also what sample material you have dated, which pre-treatment you have applied, and which delta 13 carbon is used for the fractionation correction. So like sometime in future somebody want to reproduce your result, especially like calibration and all those things, so someone can do. So these are the general guidelines. Thank you. And then final note is this, that radiocarbon always gives you the date when your sample stop exchanging carbon with the atmosphere. So interpretation should be in that way only. Like for example, if you are dating one wood piece, so that date will be basically when that wood piece was cut down from the tree, not when it is reusing in a building up to 100 years. So yes, it is when it was cut down from the tree, that was the age of that sample. So this should be kept in mind during interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. So are there any questions to Dr. Sharma? Yes, Kaushik, of course.
Discussing this issue in India, that because of this wood effect, because we have been dating charcoal, so it's possible that people were using old wood, and to correct that now, in fact, we are also doing it in collaboration with you. Satis has already done that. You think we should now go for bones, which are, and radiocarbon also says, articles published that it's more reliable. Bones, animal bones or human bones are more reliable because you can know when the animal was actually killed, from archaeological point of view, when it was butchered. So you think that is more reliable? Bones are more reliable than wood because to correct this old wood effect?
But the issue in India actually in the bone is that because of wet climate, we never found sufficient amount of the collagen. So that is the main issue actually. But yes, if we have collagen, then obviously bone dating is good, better.
Just a small technical question. You said you need greater than 0.7% nitrogen for. Why is that? I mean, I'm not.
That is not an actual proper criteria. That is like this collagen extraction process is bit longer. So what generally people do that you don't want to screen all the samples. You don't want to extract collagen from all the samples. So you just do a CHNS analysis and find that okay, if 0.7% nitrogen is there, then okay, how people reached at that criteria. So some people have measured around like 1,000 bones and they found that okay, if it is more than 0.7% nitrogen, then it is reliable to extract the collagen. There is no such sometimes this method fails also. Okay. So it's not like 100% success rate. Yeah. So this is starting criteria. Okay. Especially like in case of India, when you are having a lot of bone sample and finally what we do, we never get the collagen out of that. So it's a pre-screening type of.
I'll give the mic to.
So Selva, you have a question too?
Yeah, I have. Actually, thank you. I have come to AAC and we did some analysis. We did analysis from 2 or 3 sites and we did charcoal. One thing we found error in radiocarbon dating is that we did some job steer seeds, which we found in an archaeological sites, but they are basically calcified. So they were burnt and they gave a date of 2000 BC. Can you tell me why, especially in the case of job steer seeds, when we do that, it gives old age? What could be? Because we found so many of them in the archaeological sites, especially in the Kaveri Delta sites you get. So we collected these seeds from one context and dated, and it was also, we didn't use the date. Tell me.
The exact reason I don't know, because why they are, I have seen your results because we have measured and we were also surprised that we are getting too much. But what the actual reason that how that seed is formed, this we have to see. We have to look into in that process. Then we can reach to some conclusion. So at the moment, I don't have the exact reason.
Thank you.
Are there more questions? for Dr. Sharma? No? If not, we can move to the celebration. Felicitations. So I'm calling Jan-Peter Bullert. You're coming for the you present, please.
Dr. Modekar. Dr. Rajveer Sharma. Please stay on the stage. I request all the speakers for a group photo. Thank you, and we'll have our lunch and we'll get back by 2 for the next session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, welcome back. My name is Parth Chauhan and I'm from ISER Mohali. I will be chairing this session. So in this session we have only 2 speakers. The third speaker could not make it. The first speaker is Dr. Silva Kumar, V. Silva Kumar. He's a faculty member in the Department of Maritime History and Marine Archaeology and coordinator of the Center for Indian Ocean Studies at Tamil University, Tanjore. He has published on prehistorical and historical archaeology of South India, heritage management, public archaeology, and early Tamil literature in Indian Ocean maritime interactions. The title of his talk today is Scientific Investigations at the Neolithic Site of Molepalam, Coimbatore District, Tamil Nadu. You can start, Dr. Silva Kumar. Yeah. Please try to stick to 25 minutes presentation. We can have discussions.
Good afternoon to all of you. The title of my presentation is Scientific Investigation at the Site of Molapalayam. It is a joint paper with Satish Nayak, G.S. Abayan. I would like to request them to come to the stage just briefly. Satish Nayak, G.S. Abayan, Veena Upati, V.N. Prabhakar, Professor K. Krishnan, Supriyo Kumar Das, Ravi Kant Prasad, Aditya Ramesan, Ajit, Sharmila Bhattacharya, Uday Ganesan, and M. Gamthab. So we did collaborative research on this Neolithic site. I think only Satish Nayak is there. Just, just to introduce, he is from college. He did important documentation with regard to the botanical remains. Then we have G.S. Abayan, who is also there probably in another session. Okay, thank you. Right. I'll go on to the, why it's not moving. Okay. This site is a Neolithic site. As you know, in Tamil Nadu, a lot of work has been done on the Iron Age and Megalithic site and early historic. We have very limited Neolithic evidence, and the important site of Payambali was excavated by Archaeological Survey of India
and that has thrown up a lot of evidence. And also we have radiocarbon dates. Other than that, a few sites have been identified by B. Narasimhaiah, mainly in the northern part of Tamil Nadu. So generally, scholars were of the opinion that Neolithic remains are very limited in Tamil Nadu and they are confined to the northern part of Tamil Nadu. These Neolithic sites are part of southern Neolithic culture datable to 3300 BCE to 1200 BCE, and several scholars have worked on this. I am not going to explain that for want of time. We have sites like several sites concentrated mainly in northern part of Tamil Nadu as well as Andhra and Karnataka. And the site that we identified is located near Coimbatore. You can see this Molapalayam, very close to the Palkad Gap, very close to Kerala. And we have another site, Kalupatti, but we don't have much evidence to indicate pure Neolithic. They have, the excavators have characterized this as a Neolithic Chalcolithic site. So with that, we identified the site in 2019, and Professor Rajan has documented so many Iron Age sites in that area, and also Yatish Kumar has worked in that area only. We could identify this Neolithic site. Actually, our intention was to identify microlithic site because we found some of my students, Sujana and others, they found microlithic sites in Palkad area in Kerala, and also Rajan recently, K. Rajan from Palkad has found. So we thought we also identified some site in Walayar, Madurai. And then we were looking for these microlithic sites. That is how we came to this particular site. If you look at this site, the context is very interesting. It is exactly like the Neolithic sites of Andhra and Karnataka, surrounded by hills on three sides. And here you can see there is an irregular settlement, and then there is a steep spring, and then there are two small streams. The site is located in between, and then there is this enclosed area by the hills. This is where these Neolithic people had set up their camp area. And if you look at this area, this is very well-watered area. You have Sirvani or Noyal river. Downstream only you have the site of Kodumanal. This particular region, water for Coimbatore, there are a lot of tanks, and you find a lot of, very rich area. Even as we travel, we were excavating in the rainy season. The moment we crossed the site of Perur, the rain pattern changed. And this is the map. Look at this site location, surrounded by hills, very secured location. This is another view of the site. So as we were excavating, we could really see the farmer sowing millet crops. The crop, by the time we completed 2 months of excavation, the crops have grown. We could feel the rain. See, without any irrigation, this farmer is cultivating. There are many farmers in this area. Some of them, they have put deep boreholes, and they are pumping. This farmer is simply depending upon the rainwater. So you can see how this area is very suitable, and also it is far away from this Sirvani or Noyal river where there is flooding and all that. So this side, this side is away from that and very close to the mountains. If you cross the Palkad Gap and this Malambura Dam, you will reach this area. And they have selected this area. These are some of the drone images. You can see the ash deposit. This site has been converted into 3 terraces. 3 terraces, so no longer the mound exists, but still when you can photograph the site during this pre-cultivation period, you can see the ash deposit. You see it is varying in color. And also we did surface survey, and we dug in 2021 2 trenches. And in 2024, we excavated 96 square meter approximately. So we have excavated around, say, 130 square meter overall. And this is the site map. This is one of the trenches. And very interestingly, we found 3
burials in 2021 and 1 human skeleton in 2024. Dr. Veena Mushrif from Deccan College, I don't know whether she is there. She is the one who documented. Very interestingly, we have an adult female skeleton aged 45 years, and then there is a small 2.5-year-old baby, and then 3.5 to 4-year-old baby. Very interestingly, one of the skeletons, it had that Oliva sp shell, which was identified by Dr. Arti Deshpande. And you can look at this adult female skeleton, and here you can look at the Oliva sp bead, and there were 2 beads, one around the rib bones, one around, probably tied around the hand. And also we found a lot of shell beads, and we also found a cut piece of terminal apeirum, which clearly indicates these people were using some kind of metal, probably copper. And these are the other 2 skeletons, and it has been published in Man and Environment. What we did was we lifted these burials and brought back to Tamil University. Very interestingly, we also found pits which were inhabited. People had stored material. We found pottery. We also found a lot of grains. We found a lot of charred grains within these pits, and probably people were using them. And this is a inside, and the size varied from 7 centimeter to 1 meter in depth. We found a lot of lithic artifacts, different varieties of lithic polished stone tools. We found coins, clearly indicating a millet based economy where people were grinding all these grains and consuming. The faunal analysis, Dr. G.S. Abayan is there. Abayan is the one who undertook the faunal studies along with his students M. Ajit, and this study was undertaken by Kerala University Archaeology Department. We also found a lot of animal bones, volumes and volumes of animal bones apart from lithic we have actually Dr. Abayan has identified 17,097 identifiable bones, and 28 species have been identified, and some of them are unidentifiable. 30,000 fragments. We have more bones. We'll be soon sending it to Dr. Abayan. We have evidence of cattle, buffalo, goat, sheep, pig, dog, and wild mammals such as black buck, 4-horned antelope, gazelle, Indian mundijak, and then cheetal, sambar. So these people have hunted wide varieties of animals. And very interestingly, Dr. Abayan has identified Indian rhinoceros bone. That is a very important find, and Dr. Joglekar also has confirmed its identification. There is also evidence of house rat, squirrel, Indian hare, and so many other animals, monitor lizard, carp, fish, and so many things. You can understand the food variety, how these people were consuming millet as well as non-vegetarian diet. And very interestingly, we have evidence of rhinoceros from Payambali. S.R. Rao has reported. We have another specimen of this rhinoceros skeleton discovered near Satankulam by S.K. Jayakaran and Badam. They have published. So this, and we have evidence of rhinoceros occurring in Konkan geoglyph. So probably this animal was there in this area. That is one suggestion. And if the date of the site is between 1600 to 1400 BCE. We don't have any evidence as far as I know for rhinoceros in Tamil literature. Probably it would have extinct. So if you look at this Noyal River Valley, the climate is very ideal. You have this fresh water supply. Some areas they do even cultivate rice. So there is one area called Sadi Vayal, and this is the area where you find a lot of institutions nowadays. Many universities and religious institutions are located. It is a well-watered area. It was also a trade route during this time. These are the shell object. We found 3 shell beads in 2021 and more beads and shell pendant in 2024. And we also found an interesting pendant of lamellidens. This is Terbinella pyrum. This I showed you. This is Oliva SPC. This pendant was found in 2021, one of the pits. Here they have carved fish with a lot of, you can see the fins and everything. It has an open mouth and probably it was used as an ornament, probably for a baby. And we have to come to the work of Dr. Satish Nayak. He in 2021, we identified several varieties of charred grains in the field. We made it a point to seed the soil and collect as much possible of botanical remains, because we could notice even with the naked eye, as we excavate, we could find these seeds. So we collected a lot of seeds, and Dr. Satish Nayak identified, we have kodo millet, black gram, green gram, horse gram, hyacinth bean, Indian jujube in 2021. And if you come to 2024, we excavated in different area, we have different millets, actually little millet, proso millet. All the details are there in the publication. You can see panicum and setaria, so many drought resistant crops, and which we can even experience there even today in that area, the kind of crops. Only now because of Coimbator's urbanization, they have shifted to different cultivation. Otherwise, even in the local cuisine, they are making certain food the same kind, from the same kind of millets and other things that were used in the Neolithic time. That is also very common in this area. So what I did was, I was looking into the Sangam literature after Satish Nayak's and Aditya Ramesan, their report. I was looking at Sangam literature. I found a very interesting correlation. There is a poem, Purananuru 330. I am not going to read all the poem. We don't have food. It says, the Sangam literature says, in the early historic period, there are only 4 types of food. One is varagu, other is thinai, the third is sirugodi kolle, porigilar avareyodu, nangalladum unavu millai. So this poem says 4 types of grains, ragi and also these bean and thinai and all that. It says these are the food, and the same poem says you worship hero stone only with rice, nil, rice paddy. So this poem in the early historic period, it clearly records there are 4 kinds of food which are classical food. It is a composition by the poet. We found evidence for all the 4 crops at the Neolithic context, datable to 1400 BCE to 1600 to 1400 BCE. This is very important. Another important find from the excavation is we have evidence for marine context, maritime connection with the presence of Oliva sp, Terbinella pyrum. Arti Deshpande has written a very beautiful paper detailing the shell objects from the Deccan Chalcolithic and also Southern Neolithic. So that clearly connects the site with the entire South Indian network. We can confidently say in the 2nd millennium BC, there were a trade network connecting coastal region with the hinterland. So these are some of the seeds, and we also found a lot of ceramics from this site. I'll not go into the detail. Painted pottery. We also have reserved painted pottery. We have these kind of terracotta headrest. And then Ravikant Prasad and V.N. Prabhakar, Dr. Krishnan, they did analysis of ceramics. And we did thin sections analysis, which has been published in Heritage Journal. And here they have identified 4 kind of ceramic groups based on the paste. I will not go into the details. Sometime in some of these groups, the porosity is very high. In some of them, porosity is very less. That indicates these people were preparing different kinds of ceramics for certain function. So Means they were very conscious that they were having different kinds of function for food production, storage, and they were producing different kinds of ceramics. Another important find is we found only 2 copper objects. Very interestingly, one of them is a spiral. We thought what it could be. Then recently, I made a presentation at IIT Gandhinagar where Mark Kenoyer suggested some kind of ornament in the shape of a spiral. So what we did was we did the XRD EDX analysis at Cochin University of Science and Technology. We got the composition. We have been doing a lot of other analysis also. What we did was we tried to compare this analysis of this particular object along with the copper coin, Choda copper coin. You can see the difference in composition. So you see a different kind of composition in the Neolithic copper bronze object. If you look at the megalithic object, they are all high tin bronze. We don't have tin in this. So clearly it is a different kind of metallurgical tradition. But when you look at this medieval Chola coin, we also found it from another site called Ambal in the Kaveri Valley. You find lead. So we could understand the pattern. We are continuing this research to understand how this metal composition was. Initially, we were doubtful, skeptical that these Neolithic people did not use metal. But when we found this turbinella pyrum clearly cut, a turbinella pyrum cannot be cut with a stone tool. So obviously, these people had limited copper, and these 2 pieces are the best example for that. And then we also found dolerite and other material. We did also EDX analysis on the dolerite. 3 geologists are part of our paper, Dr. Gautam, Uday Ganesh, and also Sharmila Bhattacharya. They have been looking at the sediment, and also Supriya Das. So we have been continuing this research to understand. Another important aspect, what I have been doing is I am working on ethnography. I am looking at some of the documentations, work on the Mundari tribes, and it all started my research when I was working in the western part of Tamil Nadu after 2019. When we identified the site, I was vigorously looking for Neolithic site, tried to cover from Dindigul down to Erode. We made several trips, we could not find site. With one of my students who is there, Agalya, we visited Palani at Neikarapatti, where I found a farmer applying a pesticide to the cow. So I was surprised. When I inquired this man, he said he is applying pesticide, this powder. I said, why would you do that? It will harm. He said, no, especially when we have cows and cattle in the evening, they will suffer because they cannot sleep around the evening. Earlier, we used to apply ash all over their body. Now we don't get ash. We are applying this pesticide powder. This was a big revelation. Then onwards, I was working on all these reading secondary literature and video on these African tribes. I found these people applying these ash, burning cow dung periodically, and using the ash on their body as well as all over their cattle. So this helped me to sort of visualize why these Neolithic people were burning cow dung. So we have been introduced this problem by Professor Padaya when we were excavating Budigal and when we visited all the sites. That point of time we have been discussing, debating along with my colleague Arani, Richa and several others who were in the excavation. We had no clear idea. So at that point of time, I had no clear idea. So when I visited Neikarapatti, then I understood they were using these cow dung ash for various purposes. Similarly, recently a paper which says that we've been conventionally thinking that stone axes were used for only cutting trees. And recently there is a scientific paper which has identified based on useware that these polished stone axes were used for butchery and chopping meat. So that was again another revelation. So when I tried to look at Sangam literature, I found a lot of reference related to the Mullai way of life. Then only I understood that when we work with archaeological data, we need to look into the literature deep and also look into the ethnography. So this ethnography of African communities really helped me to visualize how these Neolithic people would have lived. So this was one of the important understanding that we developed. So coming to this chronology of this site is placed in the terminal phase of Southern Neolithic culture, say approximately between 1800 to 1400 BC. This is the context. We have got two radiocarbon dates for this site. And we found another site in the Vaigai Valley in 2025. When I did doctoral research in the Gundar Basin, I could not locate any Neolithic site except the already reported site of Kallupatti. And then we'll be publishing it on the site soon. And then there is a site called Valasai and Chettimedi excavated by Madras University in Senanur. So these are the sites that have been marked here. So what we are understanding from this is our field work has been very limited. We need to do very detailed studies. Only then we'll be able to document these Neolithic sites. These are the AMS radiocarbon dates. So based on these 2 seasons of excavation, we could really understand how these Neolithic communities were surviving, how they have been using the landscape, and it appears that these people had put their cattle in the camp very close to the hills, but exploring all along the area. And we also did some more analysis. Results are awaited. Some of the sediment analysis are still under progress. So what we realize is that we have not explored the landscape in very detail. There are archaeological sites, there are Neolithic sites. We have been claiming many things based on our limited research and exploration. Recently, with KCHR, we also excavated a site in Idukki district, clearly linking the site of Pattanam on the west coast with Adakankulam on the trade route, and this area also falls within that area. So probably I think the Southern Neolithic communities, they were moving along the hill flanks of the Western Ghats and the Eastern Ghats area because they are all very fertile comparatively compared to the midland region, and they settled wherever there are valleys, wherever there are water resources. That is what we understand based on this work. And if you have any suggestions and questions, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selva Kumar. Very interesting talk. We have time for some questions. Any questions? Right.
No questions. That means they have understood.
Thank you.
Or everything went beyond the head. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One question.
So, thank you, Dr. Selva Kumar. So, I know it is not published, but your work with the isotope, it's ongoing, I think.
Yeah, that actually, since we have not yet completed.
That I think we'll give it more on.
So that we have to, after that, we have not completed that. That is why we have not put it in this paper. Maybe we'll do it in a separate research paper. We have also been trying to do some isotope analysis, and we have given sample to Madurai Kamarajar University for DNA analysis, and we are awaiting these results.
All right, if there are no more questions, we'll continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So the next speaker is Dr. D. Dayalan. He is ex-director of Archaeology Survey of India, Government of India. He's a noted archaeologist and art historian who made remarkable contributions in the field of archaeology and conservation of cultural heritage for more than 3 decades. He has actively undertaken archaeological exploration in various states of India and discovered a number of ancient sites, including carrying out 12 excavations. Dr. Dayalan is an accomplished scholar and author of 15 books, and also contributed more than 100 research papers in various subjects in different journals on architecture, archaeology, epigraphy, maritime trade, conservation, and heritage management. Please welcome Dr. Dayalan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As you know, India is one of the very rich repository of cultural heritage right from the prehistoric time. I think very few countries in the world which is having such a high potentiality of the cultural heritages. In fact, the cultural heritage is not only the glory of our ancient past, but also it is one of the representation of the socio-economic condition, and also art, architecture, scientific studies, then the technology, medical, all the things which can be represented through this art and architecture as well as the monuments and sites. So that way, our heritage, cultural heritage is very, very important to preserve it. And as I told, right from the prehistoric time, we have the cultural heritages. And of course, just I'm skipping because the time is very short. Now coming to the conservation. As you know, the conservation is started as and when the building started. So right from the beginning, conservation was already there. But the documentation of the conservation is started from the historical period, particularly some of the conservation aspects we could see in the literature as well as the epigraphy, like Pudukivittal, these are some of the things. Then interestingly, there is one story in Navani Sundari Kada which talks about, it is written by Tandin. Actually, there one story is told that the sculptor, he has made one of the broken hand of Vishnu. It is kept in the Shore temple. And then he requested the experts to come on and see that site. So Tantin and other, they went there and they could not be able to identify what hand he has been mended. So that was so perfect he did it. And when they were looking that time, the two flowers they came, they touched the feet of Vishnu and then they became Gandharvas. That the story goes like that. So it shows our people are experts, even the 7th century CE, in conserving and mending the heritages. Actually, when come to the conservation or heritage management, there are different aspects has to be taken into mind. Firstly, not only the conservation management, even the disasters management, because some of the monuments which is in the hazard area, the natural hazard area like a tsunami or earthquake, avalanche, or the landslides, all the things, how we are going to preserve that sort of thing. That is another thing which we are taking in mind when taking the heritage management. Then management of the ambience. The historical setting of the monument is very, very important. Not only the monument or the site, the ambience of the monument, the historical ambience and then cultural ambience, the environmental ambience of the monument, it also be taken into care while preserving the monument. Then another thing is sustainable usage of the rehabilitation of the monument. This is one which you know that many of the monuments are historical sites not with the government. Some of them it is a private property or private institution. So we have to educate these people how to maintain that monument or historical site without interference to the historical fabric of the site. So as you know that some of the hotels in Rajasthan, that palaces, which have been used rehabilitation, as a hotel, at the same time they maintain the historical fabric of the structure. So this is the one we have to take it. And then many of the things, the illegal activities in the monument, particularly in the monument like a Taj Mahal, Hampi and Mahabalipuram, such a huge sites, there are illegal activities which has to be preserved so that there should not be any hindrance to visitors to come and meet the monuments. Then the conservation maintenance, that is the funding and capacity building. This is again very important because now this tradition of the conservation tradition is going day by day. Particularly if you go to Mahabalipuram, during the Pallava time the rock cut was there. Even now they are following the same tradition. Even Agra, if you go, that inlay work which has been started in the Mughal time, that is still that tradition is going on. So these sort of things has to be perpetuated, and then now new technologies in the conservation has to be taken into mind, and we have to educate the people, train the people to create a capacity building. Then the most important is the cultural awareness. The people should understand this is our heritage. Actually, it has to go to the grassroots level to make the people to understand this is your property and it is your heritage. Then only you can able to preserve our conservation or the heritage buildings. These are the main parameters. And coming to the conservation, there are a lot of charters which talks about the conservation, what is conservation, and what are the methodologies to be followed. And the conservation is something like before taking up any conservation, we have to diagnose the causes of the deterioration. It is like a doctor diagnosing a patient before taking any treatment. So this sort of diagnosis has to be done to identify what are the causes of the deterioration, then take up the conservation work. mainly we have to keep in mind the historical fabric should not be disturbed. And what are the activities we are doing for the conservation? It should prolong the life of the monument or the site. And then the integrity, authenticity of the monument has to be preserved. These are the things we have to keep it in mind. Of course, again, the multidisciplinary aspects we have to take in. And a lot of factors which is responsible for the deterioration of the monument. One is the climatic, very hot climate, contrast climate, very arid climate or cold climate. These sort of things which happen, and because of that many monuments has been weathered and pulverizing, peeling out, all the things are happening. You can see some of the monuments, how the even granite, it is peeled out because of the weathering process. And you can see the inscriptions. I think many of the inscriptions lost because of this weathering process. And this is also because the contrast expansion shrinkage of the core material as well as the veneering material, how this has been disturbed, you can see that. And then rain, of course, just I am skipping over all the things because it's a very big one. And the rain, cyclone, flood. I think this is the one monument very, I think most of the people might have seen in Mahabali, in Darasram. Every year, at least 4 or 5 months, water stagnates in the monument. So once the water stagnates, the subsoil strata has been completely weak and even foundation became weak. Particularly the delta region, most of the monuments has fallen like this. Even in Darasram, one portion has been fallen and it has been restored very recently. And then again in the western India, particularly in Maharashtra and Gujarat, the high velocity of water which is flowing right over the cave, and they break the facade of the caves. Even some caves are lost. You can see these are that one, the previous one is Ellora, this is the Ajanta. And of course, this is another peculiar phenomenon, the thick deposit of the ice formation. It completely tried to collapse the structure. And wind, particularly the monument which is located in the coastal region, the wind action and saline action. Wind with high velocity, with the stone particle or the sand particles. Actually, they abrush the monument, and particularly the sculptures, inscription is lost. You can see that, how the things are happening. Because you are not able to even see this sculpture. It's very beautiful Vishnu on the Garuda. It's totally gone. And then groundwater fluctuation. Again, you can see even the Tanjavur temple, you can see the undulated settlement. It is because of the groundwater fluctuation. And this is again the same because of the groundwater fluctuation. What are the problems happening? This is completely choked. I think a few years before in Mohenjo-daro it was completely choked. Now it became powder. This is stone bricks. And this is a capillary reaction. Because of the capillary reaction, this portion has been lost. Again, this is another capillary reaction process which has been lost. Lightning, as you know, this is one of the major threat to the monument. Many of the monuments has lost. Even Kutubinar has been affected 2 times, and Madrasa at Bidar, it has been affected. And many of the monuments have been affected. Actually, you know, this has been constructed during the time of Iltutmish, Qutbuddin Ayyubak and Iltutmish. And then during Firoz Shah time, that portion was fallen, and then he has restored the 2 tiers, the top one. And you can see this is the madrasa at Muhammad Gaon, Bidar, and this again is one of the big mosque, tomb. It is totally broken because of the lightning. And even one of the tower, one of the minaret, it is also broken because of the thing. Keptak again is a big issue. I can see that this is the one Gujarat. We have documented nearly 130 monuments which has been completely became powder. You can see the chhatri. It is now this is the condition. This is some of the monuments. Fire, of course, it is a natural fire. Actually, there is that Shaniwara Wada in Pune. That is one of the biggest wooden palace of the Maratha period. 2 times it has affected by the fire, and the whole wooden structure is lost now. Only you could see the base. Fortunately, when Britishers made a drawing, that is the only evidence to show how this looks like. And air pollution, you know, this is another big problem, particularly the monuments which is located in the polluted area, particularly the sedimentary or the things. And particularly, marble, which is quite often affected because marble, you know, this is a metamorphism of the limestone. The calcium carbonate is subject to affect by the environmental pollution, particularly sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, nitric acid, and it converted to gypsum. Sometimes lost its translucent surface, sometimes pittings has been made on the surface. These are the problems you could see. These are the things. And then of course I am just keeping, these are the sea erosions, how the monument has been affected. Actually this has been saved, otherwise if you have 1905, this was the condition for Shore Temple. The whale used to come and touch the top of this Kalasa. But because of the drawing wall, now it has been saved. This is only one portion has been hanging now. And I don't know when it will be going to fall down. And this is a sand dune formation. It is in Karnataka, a very peculiar formula. Of course, only in Jaisalmer you could get it. Even it's very peculiar in Karnataka, that is Palakkad, where the sand dunes quite often, every year, they completely close this monument. Again, we open it again, they happen these sort of things. And the vegetation growth, I think you can see. I don't want any explanation for this thing. See how vegetation, even the micro vegetation grows, like moss, fungal, lich and algae. It makes a black color and also the roots penetrate very deeply and create a lot of problems to the structure. And then animal, of course, these are the paintings, Ajanta paintings. Many of the Ajanta paintings lost because of the bats. And you can see the insects. I think I just tipped off all the things. Now, apart from the man-made problems, this is very, very big one. War is one of the things. So, of course, there is a Haq convention, all the things that happened. In spite of that, it is now recently happened. Previously, there are many monuments lost. Hampi is one of the best examples how the destruction happened because of the war. And you can see this one. And these are the negligence and vandalism. And human vandalism is a very big problem to the monument. Particularly, you can see this is of course in Bamiyan Valley. The huge Buddha, more than 100 feet height. It has totally become powder now. You can see this. And this is not only in foreign countries, even in India, particularly pre-independence time, many of the monuments has been vandalized. The whole Amaravati has been taken out for making the roads and also building the structures. And in Sanchi, this actually, this is the Asokan rock dig. Pre-independent time, some Jamindar, he cut this one and take it for crushing the sugar cane. So these are the things that are happening. And even in the case of Konark, actually it was for decades together. Whenever the people wanted any stones, they have to go and put the cart full of the stones and they take out. Like that it is happening, but one naval officer, fortunately, he wanted his, actually the Black Pagoda, it's a landmark for the seafarers. So he only objected, he wrote a letter to the collector, and finally it has been stopped. Same thing too, this is the condition of the Konark. And the Sarnath again, it has been looted for many decades for the bricks. It is now it has been conserved. And again, this is the one which related to and many of the megalithic burials, because when we explored some 30 years in Tamil Nadu, particularly Coimbatore region, there are hundreds of megalithic sites. Now hardly we get very few sites. See, this is the thing happening. You can see how this is another peculiar thing on the writing on the thing. You can see not even a single space has been left. It has been totally drawn. And even we are talking about the Tamil Brahmi, is one of very unique for the Tamil language. You can see this is the condition of the Tamil Brahmi sites. See, on the Brahmi they have written their own name recently. This is mining. And this is again a big problem, painting. Over the painting on the sculptures, inscriptions, and that too they use enamel synthetic painting, it completely deteriorates the stone, but they didn't understand that one. They used to do it. And then modernizing, see how actually the Cholapet temple, they made it 21st century. How the bad conservation works. And urbanization, again, this is a Bijapur, one mosque of 14th century, now it became a house. This is again one Chalukya temple, it became a house now. And this is a Harappan mount. You see, they cut off, totally it has lost. And then untrustable tourism. This is another big problem, particularly the big monuments like Mahabalipuram, Taj Mahal. More than 1 lakh people they visit Taj Mahal every day.
particularly Saturdays, Sundays, the visitors is more than 1 lakh. So because of the wears and tears of the monument, there are a lot of problems are happening, and then these are the things which are going on. Now coming to the recent trends in the archaeological, I think I can take another 10 minutes. Oh, okay. So these are the recent trends which has been now adopting in the conservation, particularly remote sensing, GPS, GIS, LiDAR, GPR, petrography analysis, infrared thermography, seismic analysis, nanotechnology, nuclear technology. These are the technology which we have been adopting now in the modern technology, and we are doing a lot of things. And even interpretation of the monuments, walkthrough, then we have the visual impact like augmented reality, virtual reality, and then various other methods we have been following to interpret the monuments. So this is the one I just give a few examples. This is the one monument which has been very extensively studied because it's a very big problem. Because the rock is made of amygdaloid basalt, which is a lava variety. Because of the lava formation, it itself is a big problem because it's having a lot of voids and gaps and even breaks within that. And apart from that, during the rainy season, actually if you see, the water comes up to the ground level and then water turns this side. So the whole area has been choked with water and moisture, and most of the 31 caves are once it was painted. But most of the painting is lost now, only few sites we could able to conserve. And that is the thing, actually we made an analysis of what are the problems in the monument, then we started working on that. I think one of the best monuments which has been studied in an extensive way, more than 12 to 13 experts in the different fields of different faculties, they have been working on that for more than 5 years and make a conservative program, a voluminous conservation program, and then we have taken up the conservation of the Ajanta. I think these are the conditions. See, the water has been running like this, then it goes, these are the geological formation of the rock, and then these are the things. And then we identify the cracks, actually hundreds of cracks on the ceilings. And we identify each and every, so it's a very tedious job. We could identify, then finally we could, actually the crack starts somewhere and ends somewhere. These are the things we identified, then finally we think it. These are the way how we have taken up the conservation work. First we identify the various defects on the structures, and these are the way how we inject things gradually without making any pressure. And this is the mending. And then we identify the various pigments. What are the pigments? And then the ground. There are nearly 4 ground levels, 4 levels, and then finally the pigment level is on the top. So these are the pigment studies has been carried out. And then this Ajanta was once used for the people. There are a lot of smoke deposit over these paintings. So now we have started removing it. And coming to Taj Mahal, it's again, of course, structurally there is no much problem here, but the environmental problems are a big problem, particularly the pollution, which is, as you know, that quite often the marble has been changing colors, and then a lot of other problems are there. And even the dowels, they use it, and that dust, and then create a problem. Now we made an extensive study of the GPR study has been carried out to find out what is the settlement petition, because we want to know there is a big theory that Taj Mahal is sinking. So we made an extensive study to identify whether the Taj Mahal is sinking or not. So that we do is with the GPR and then boring, and also we did it electronic magnetometer survey. Then we identify 99 meter below, that is the bedrock, and then there are the subsoil profiles. So these are the subsoil profiles we have identified. And then we have identified the expansion. Was there any problem in the tomb? And every 2 meter we identify the pressure. That is the vertical pressure as well as the horizontal pressure. So on that basis we could able to identify, and then we identify the verticality of the minarets. These are another studies we have carried out. So I'm just skipping. And then every study has to be carried out, the material analysis. We have made each and every material used for the construction. It has been chemically analyzed to identify the physical and chemical property of that. And finally, we identify all the things. These are the studies we have been carried out. And then we have identified nearly 35 varieties of inlay. I'll take another 5 minutes, sir. Okay?
So 35 varieties of semi-precious stone has been used for the inlay work. I think this is very meticulously identified with various digital technology. These are all the things which has been identified. Coming to the, and then we have used GAS in Taj Mahal. I think this is the only monument in India which GAS has been used. And we have put hundreds of photographs and drawings. We can be able to see each and every monument, every part of the monument through GAS. And it is open to public. I think shortly, another 1 or 2 months, it is open to the public. Suppose you want to make the tree, how many trees are there, just click it, then the whole detail will come. So these are the things we are making. And the another monument which has been, this is a subterranean structure, actually the Rani Ka Vav. Again, we have made a very meticulous study of this thing, identifying the various conservation issues, and then we are taken up. And of course, now I think this is the, we have to say, the Tandins period. The same tradition, even now we are following the mending. How perfectly it has been mended without changing any character of the thing. And this is the one, the LiDAR study has been carried out, one of the monuments. You can see, LiDAR can penetrate to the ground, eliminating the green belt over that and identify the monument or the structure below that. This is the one now we are using in different monuments in India also. And now I am just showing the various monuments, how previously and now what is the condition. This is the Tanjavur temple, and now this is the condition. And actually this is very interesting. 1963 when the department took over, it was the condition. And then we started scientific clearings of this one, identify each and every stones. Actually we identify each and every stones, and then they put the original place. Now we can see this is the condition now. So this was the real conservation work, how to do it. And this was the condition of Hampi. And actually there is a cloister mandapa all around the tank, and it is totally collapsed. And after identifying each and every stone, we have put it in the original place. Now we can see this is the condition. So I think I'll conclude this because the time is very short. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Delan. Wonderful talk. Questions, please? I'll start with one question if no one else has it at the moment. Yes, sir. So I was just curious to know your opinion. You showed like Ajanta, for example, or any other excavated site like a Chalcolithic site. Should we consider showing replica of the site for heritage management and public instead of original? Or do you think we should maintain the original and show that?
No, this is no, it's not happening in India, but in the European, Western countries it is happening. Particularly the Altamira, which has been totally closed now, the painting cave. Now replica has been created, and then people who wanted to see, they can go and see that. And now we are planning for Ajanta, basically, because the cave number 1, which is very beautiful paintings, and because of the people going there, the chemists are telling even the breathing of the people, that itself even affect the structure, the paintings. So now we are planning to create a replica of the cave number 1 at Ajanta, and we are doing that. And the second thing is, we are making some restrictions on some of the monuments. For example, in Taj Mahal, we are now planning to avoid people going to the main mausoleum. Because some of the time, particularly in the Saturdays and days, more than 1 lakh to 1.5 lakh people, they go there. There is a narrow passage there. So there are a lot of stambages. Apart from that, there is a big problem for anything may happen. So now we are planning to that one. And Kudipina, we are totally stopped. People are not going on the top of one. Even Ajanta, Taj Mahal, Tanjavur, the painting gallery, we are not allowing the people unless otherwise there is a basic instruction. So now they are doing it, but the Indian, the scenario, the tourism people, they make a hue and cry if you close the monument. So we have to find out, because the monument is one of the, not only the glorious past of our heritage, but it is economically very, very impact one. Because nearly last 2 years before, 75,000 crores of foreign currency came to India. It is because of tourism. So tourism is one of the greatest economic boost to India. So we cannot totally stop the monument so that it won't have any, it would not be any impact to the tourism. That's what we are now thinking. In a gradual way, we are planning to that.
Thank you. Any other questions?
With regard to the megalithic burials, what you highlighted is very important. We have several megalithic burial sites. Even sometimes some are around Chennai, some of the protected sites are also gone. I think maybe we should think of some megalithic park across India so that some key sites could be preserved. Sometimes what happens, nowadays it becomes a fun. In social media, people what they do is they simply go and dig and then you can't blame them because otherwise some of the sites will be destroyed. So what is your strategy to protect these megalithic burial sites, at least some of them? Thank you.
Actually, this is a big issue. Only thing is we have to create awareness. Actually, the awareness has to go to the grassroots level. You know, as per our constitution, the fundamental duty of every Indian citizen is to safeguard our cultural heritage. But we are not following that one. But only is the awareness. And second thing is the Tamil Nadu government is now taking an initiative. I think one of the wonderful initiatives, they are making a Tamil Nadu Heritage Commission. So now actually that legislation has been passed and one thing is that has to be implemented. Once it is implemented, every monument will be digitally documented and put it in the record. So once it is put it in the field survey, I think it is the village municipal or VAO is the custodian of the monument. So this we are planning it, Tamil Nadu government are planning. I don't know how much time it takes. Once it happens, I hope many of the monuments can be preserved. And the only way is public should understand. That is the main thing about our heritage.
Thank you, sir. Your presentation is very nice. Can you mention something about the legislative initiatives by the government of India as well as the government of Tamil Nadu to protect the monuments? Can you say something about the legislative initiatives to protect the monuments?
The Tamil Nadu Heritage Commission. Actually, now there is a Heritage Commission, they are going to commission shortly. It has been passed in the last assembly and now it has to be implemented. So I think maybe within a few months it will be implemented. Once it is implemented, so the idea is in all over Tamil Nadu, what are the heritages? Either it may be inscription or a megalithic burial or the loose sculptures, monument, whatever may be, all the monuments will be digitalized and then geo-coordination has been plotted and then put it in the field map, that is the village municipal field map. Once it put it in the village municipal field map, then automatically it is the village VAO is the custodian of that particular monument. This is what we are planning. So once that has been implemented, I think we have, so far we have identified nearly 56,000 heritage buildings. Heritage building, not only building, even heritages. Either it may be a stone sculpture, yellow stone sculptures, loose sculptures, monument, like that. It may be, once you go deep, I think it may be more. So once it happened, I hope we can be able to do it. And the other thing, as I told, the awareness, because that sort of things, even ASA and state archaeology, we are not doing much work on that, the heritage awareness. Because that is very, very important now. The awareness has to be created so that the mass people, that the grassroots level people should understand this is our property. It is we are responsible to protect it. Such sort of sense has to be created to the people. Once it is created, I think government work is very easy.
Another issue, even though it is awareness, see, suppose a farmer has just 1 acre of land, he or she would not like to give it to archaeology because they are also, it is their property, their livelihood. Do you think we can, adopt CRM, cultural resource management, or contract archaeology, so that if suppose I am going to develop 1 acre area, immediately I am reporting to archaeology department, instead of harassing or taking over my megalithic burial site, they do some immediate salvage operation. Or this can also open up employment for students creating a contract archaeology like what you have in UK and other. Is there a possibility of creating a CRM, cultural resource management plan, so that if there is a monument, there are some monuments in a plot, we know, we have seen that. But people are just using JCB and destroying. Nobody has control over it. But what people are fearing is that if we create such a legislation, this will block development. There will be check on that, nothing will happen. That is how I learned from some sources. Even government also do not want too many restrictions. So do you think we can implement CRM or contract archaeology? What is the modality for that? How we can do it in such a way that it doesn't affect people and also it protects archaeological remains?
Yeah, it's a
like
good
megalithic
suggestion.
monument.
Actually, this is the one we have to show the people the economic viability of the monument. Particularly as you told, the megalithic site is there. We can protect the monument, protect the people. That is a megalithic, we can go and see that. So once the people, some of the megalithic, but not possible. Some of the megalithic, and you can appoint the local community people, local people to train them and then make them as a guide. So once people they are visiting, so even so many of the prehistoric paintings in Tamil Nadu, actually nobody is there to look after. Even Kirvalai or anything, Settavarai, this is actually open to the public. So you can train some local community to see, any visitors goes, then they can take around the visitors there, and so that they can get some remuneration. And apart from that, once the tourism develops, the local community will be developed. There will be some business, there will be local product, selling of the local product. So these are the things which has been happening. Actually, you are talking about other thing, about the freezing of the area. This is the one government has to give some sort of subsidies. Because I have seen in the Stonehenge, selective, not all, selective sites. Yes. So in Stonehenge it is happening. Kerala, I like that. So we have to identify some monuments which can be freezed. And in that case, actually in the Stonehenge, the phenomena is like this. Actually, the Stonehenge area, there are the big area. So the government has, the British government, they told the people to grow grass, no construction. And they give subsidies for that. So the grass is used for the horses and the cattle. So this is a subsidy they can do it. I think some such sort of things can be happened in India also. Happen, but it has to be think of. It's a good suggestion.
Myself, as part of Intact project, we had given a report on the not monument sites. There are two things. Monuments, no problem. You can bring tourists. But how will you, there is a habitation site, how will you preserve it? And how will you, ask the people to do some kind of things? We had given a suggestion, same, non-penetrative, non-destructive use can be permitted, like having some kind of meeting or put something over the site. We had suggested, but some agency like ASI, they need to take it forward to whether to build a megalithic park or have some kind of heritage conservation plan for the sites across India. Mainly these sites like megalithic burial site, habitation site, these are the sites that need attention.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very good suggestion. But as we are told that in Tamil Nadu, there are hundreds of megalithic sites. It's not possible for any government agency to look after all the things. Only thing is, as we have to show the local people the economic viability. How to project it, make a creation of the tourist hub of that area so that they can get some economic benefit out of that. Then they will take care of the monument. This is the way we have to do it. I think we are doing now. Some of the sites actually, when I was in Agra, we did it like that. Actually, when in Agra, I tried to make a survey. What is the benefit of Taj Mahal to local community? And I make a survey. There are nearly 80 to 90 hotels in Agra. Out of that, there are 15 five-star hotels. I think you imagine, five-star hotel, 400 to 500 people, they will be working. And 3,000 guides, 250 photographers, and then hawkers, all the things. So 1 lakh to 1.5 lakh people, they are directly or indirectly getting job through Taj Mahal. So this sort of things, it has to be projected to the public. Public always think it is a liability. So heritage means it's a liability. So we should make them to understand how the monument is giving benefit to them. Even Madurai, for example, Madurai monument is actually getting so much of hotels, so much of things is coming in Madurai. It is because of the tourist. That is one of the biggest economic viability in Madurai. So these sort of things, people don't understand it. People should make them to understand. I think it is the duty of the archaeologists as well as the concerns of the culture. We should make them people to understand what is the economic viability apart from the glorious of the past glory.
Thank you, Dr. Dehalan.
Thank you.
That was a very engaging discussion. Actually, the topic is very important, and it requires a much longer discussion, and it will continue during tea break. So I'd like to thank the speakers for the very important talks and very important, interesting topics. I'd like to thank the audience for coming and listening to them. And also I thank the staff for very smooth functioning of the session because of the technical and logistical help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Parth Chaukan to felicitate the speakers with the symposium of the proceedings. First, I invite Dr. Selvakumar to receive the proceedings. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Dr. Dayalan to receive the proceedings. Thank you, sir. Now I request chairperson and both the speakers along with co-authors to take a group photo. Thank you, sir. I humbly request all the delegates, participants, students and other staff members to go to the first floor for next session and closing ceremony. Thank you very much.